Chapter 701. Ding Dong. Congratulations to host for leveling up the Green Wolf King. Current rank, Demon King level 5. It actually reached Demon King level 5. Yi Hao looked at the Green Wolf King. He didn't expect the Green Wolf King to really reach Demon King level 5. It was even stronger than he had predicted. However, the Green Wolf King was still refining. It didn't look like it was going to stop anytime soon. Yi Hao shook his head. He estimated that the remaining beast cores wouldn't be able to help the Green Wolf King break through. At most, they would be able to strengthen the Green Wolf King's cultivation and stabilize the Green Wolf King's realm. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. After half a day, the Green Wolf King opened his eyes. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes because he still hadn't broken through to Demon King level 6. However, Yi Hao was already very satisfied with this result. He couldn't help but pat the Green Wolf King's head to comfort him. The Green Wolf King's eyes were filled with gratitude. If Yi Hao hadn't given him such a precious beast core, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through to Demon King level 5 in his lifetime. However, Yi Hao didn't hesitate to give him the beast core. It was because of this that he had the strength he had now. It's time for you to take command. 5 days have already passed. Those brats should be almost done, Yi Hao said to the Green Wolf King. Then, he looked in the direction of the First Legion. He had given the First Legion 5 days to train and prepare. Now that the time was up, Yi Hao should be almost done. The real training was about to begin. After all, there were still 5 days left. Whether or not the First Legion's average strength could be raised was related to his mission. If he could complete the mission, the strength of the First Legion would increase by a level. Naturally, he didn't want to waste this mission or give it up. Yi Hao was also afraid that the First Legion wouldn't be able to hold on. Hence, he only prepared 100 demonic beasts to attack first and let the First Legion warm up first. Soon, under the pressure of the Green Wolf King, 2 demon generals led 100 demonic beasts to attack the First Legion. At this moment, the First Legion was already on standby. After a few days of training, most of the people's strength had increased by 1 level. Some had even increased by 2 levels. Furthermore, each of them had chosen a martial skill that suited them. Due to the improvement from the aptitude pill, the majority of the people were able to use simple martial skills, but they were still not very familiar with them. But to be able to reach this step was already very difficult. Commander Mu, the Lord said that there will be a test in 5 days, but there seems to be no news. A demon general cultivator asked Mu Long. As for Mu Long, he was the strongest among these 1,000 people. Originally, his strength was at the 3rd level of the demon general realm. After a short 5 days of cultivation, his improvement was the most terrifying. He had directly risen by 3 levels. Mu Long's current strength was at the 6th order demon general. It could be said that he was the strongest among them. At this time, everyone treated him as the center of attention. I believe that if my lord says that there will be a test, there will definitely be a test. Let 100 people stand guard while the rest continue to cultivate, Mu Long said with a solemn expression. Yes. The others did not disobey Mu Long's orders and began to cultivate. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Mu Long frowned and thought hard. Commander Mu, don't worry. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. There aren't even any demonic beasts here. They might have been scared away by us, a demon general said with a smile. Demonic beasts. Hearing this, Mu Long's eyes narrowed. In this forest, if Yi Hao wanted to train them, he could only use demonic beasts to train them. Men, check the surroundings for me. If there are any demonic beasts, report to me immediately. The rest of you, follow me and move. Mu Long suddenly thought of a possibility and immediately gave the order. Commander Mu, the brothers are all cultivating. Moreover, this place is so safe. If we leave, I'm afraid that we will encounter danger. That's right, Commander Mu. It has been so many days and we haven't seen a single demonic beast. Even if a demonic beast comes, it won't be a match for us. We have 1,000 people here. Even if dozens of demonic beasts come, as long as they are not demon generals, we don't have to worry. Commander Mu, I think you're overthinking it. A few demon generals spoke up at this moment. They didn't quite agree with Mu Long's words. Seeing that everyone was unwilling to leave, Mu Long couldn't force them. After all, he didn't have an official position yet. That's fine too. However, the perimeter must be set up for 1 kilometer. If something goes wrong, we can retreat immediately. Mu Long could only agree to not move for the time being. However, he was still vigilant as he spoke. Seeing that Mu Long had agreed to their suggestion, they couldn't object to Mu Long's request. After all, although Mu Long didn't have an official position as a commander, based on Mu Long's cultivation, it was a done deal. They had to treat Mu Long better. Rumble. What's that sound? Unexpectedly, before Mu Long could send the sentries out, they heard the rumbling of the ground. Everyone felt the ground tremble. They immediately stood up vigilantly and looked at Mu Long. It seems that my guess was right. The Lord is using the demonic beasts to train us, Mu Long said with a serious expression. Commander Mu, we. The rest of the demon generals looked vexed at this moment. They regretted not listening to Mu Long. However, before they could finish speaking, they were interrupted by Mu Long. There's no need to say any more. Prepare for battle. Upon hearing Mu Long's command, everyone drew their weapons one after another. However, their weapons were much shabbier. They were basically demon guard grade weapons. Furthermore, their grades weren't too high. Fortunately, they were cultivators. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a single weapon. Commander Mu, which direction are these demonic beasts coming from? A demon general asked. As Mu Long's cultivation was higher, he immediately analyzed the direction of the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts are coming from the west. It's too late for us to run now. We will only be wasting our energy for nothing. But judging from the situation, there are quite a few demonic beasts. Everyone looked worried. All soldiers, listen up. In a while, split into groups of 10 and work together to kill the demonic beasts. The crowd should spread out as much as possible. Everyone, find cover and prepare for battle, Mu Long immediately ordered. After all, he didn't know how powerful the demonic beasts were. However, he believed that Yi Hao wouldn't find demonic beasts that were too powerful for them to deal with. After all, Yi Hao's purpose was to train them, not to kill them. The reason he ordered the crowd to spread out was so that the soldiers could move nimbly when fighting against the demonic beasts. This way, they wouldn't be flustered and hurt their own people when the demonic beasts swarmed them. That wouldn't be good. Furthermore, the soldiers were weak. If a few of them worked together to kill a demonic beast, even if the demonic beasts were slightly stronger than them, they would still be able to handle it. Chapter 702. Hearing Mu Long's command, the 1,000 men immediately dispersed and consciously split into teams of 10, waiting for the arrival of the magical beasts. Roar. Oh. Roar, rumble. The roars of various magical beasts could be heard, and they were getting closer and closer. Mu Long could already vaguely see the horde of magical beasts. So many magical beasts. Everyone looked at the swarm of magical beasts that swept up dust and were extremely nervous. They felt that their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Mu Long heaved a sigh of relief and comforted them. The cultivation of these magical beasts is not too high. Everyone, be careful and follow me to kill the magical beasts. In the blink of an eye, 100 magical beasts attacked like a tide. One by one, the magical beasts rammed into the soldiers with bloodshot eyes. This was because the humans in front of them were tasty food in their eyes. One had to know that they had been hungry for 4 to 5 days and had been lying on the ground sullenly. It was time for them to vent their anger. Fortunately, Mu Long had asked everyone to disperse in advance. Otherwise, many people would have been injured or killed by the magical beasts. When the magical beasts saw that they had not rammed into anyone, they were furious. The 2 demon general level magical beasts roared, and in an instant, the 100 magical beasts immediately dispersed and attacked the soldiers. The soldiers cooperated, and basically, 10 people surrounded one magical beast. However, the soldiers did not dare to be careless because these magical beasts were stronger than humans, and their levels were higher than theirs. Although the 10 of them were able to handle one magical beast with ease, their teamwork was almost zero. Up until now, The 10 of them had not been able to cause any harm to the magical beasts. Instead, there were people who were lightly injured from time to time. Mu Long shook his head. He finally understood Yi Hao's painstaking efforts and why Yi Hao would drive these magical beasts to train the soldiers. It was because the First Legion was just a group of scattered soldiers. They did not know how to cooperate in battle and only cared about themselves. Seeing the soldiers fighting on their own, Mu Long could not help but shout, "Soldiers, you are now a whole. You are all members of the First Legion and represent the glory of the First Legion. You are no longer alone. You must know how to cooperate with each other." Hearing Mu Long's words, the soldiers could not help but be shocked. At first, everyone panicked when they saw the magical beasts, afraid that the magical beasts would hurt them. Then, he only thought of protecting himself while the others rushed forward to block the attacks of the magical beasts. In the end, all of them had wounds on their bodies, but the magical beasts didn't have any at all. Only then did they realize that they were no longer alone. Instead, they were brothers of the same legion. Since they were brothers from the same legion, how could they watch Brother Light attack while they retreated? Slowly, everyone began to cooperate. Gradually, everyone began to be able to cause a certain amount of damage to the magical beasts. This was the greatest encouragement to the soldiers. They finally knew what they should do and what they should do. Everyone's teamwork became more and more tacit, and they gradually became more skillful. Mu Long heaved a sigh of relief, but he wasn't in a hurry to attack the magical beasts. This was because all the magical beasts below the level of demon guards were dealt with by the soldiers. As for the 2 demon general level magical beasts, they were dealt with by the group of demon generals. Mu Long, on the other hand, rushed forward to help whenever he saw danger. However, Mu Long didn't kill any of the magical beasts. He understood Yi Hao's intention. That was to train these people's combat ability and coordination. If he helped at this time, he wouldn't achieve the desired effect. He could only try his best not to let anyone in the First Legion die. In the distance, Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction when he saw this scene. This person is not bad. He knows how to command and has a brain. He is qualified to be the commander of the First Legion. Yi Hao hadn't chosen the commander of the First Legion because he wanted to see who would perform well in this battle. Unsurprisingly, Mu Long met Yi Hao's standards. This was because if it weren't for Mu Long's command, the magical beasts might have charged forward and the First Legion would have suffered countless casualties. If it weren't for Mu Long's command, these people wouldn't have been able to cooperate so quickly. Yi Hao had already prepared himself for the deaths of people in the First Legion. Although this was a little cruel, it was something that had to be experienced if one wanted to train an outstanding unit. However, to Yi Hao's surprise, no one had been seriously injured so far. Yi Hao was very satisfied with this result. Yi Hao believed that after this wave of magical beasts attack, the combat ability of the First Legion would increase exponentially. This wasn't necessarily an increase in strength. One must know that on the battlefield, the cooperation between soldiers played a very important role. Moreover, only when these people's cooperation improved could they learn military formations and unleash the strongest power of the military formations. Yi Hao wanted to forge the First Legion into a rope. No matter what, they had to be together and cooperate to kill the enemy. The battle lasted for half a day. Finally, all the magical beasts were killed by the First Legion. At this moment, everyone in the First Legion couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Some of them even sat on the ground. "All of you, get up. Be alert and prepare to fight at any time," Mu Long immediately said when he saw the relaxed soldiers. Mu Long was still worried that the magical beast's attack wasn't over yet. Hearing Mu Long's words, the soldiers didn't complain. They immediately took out their weapons and looked around vigilantly. However, after waiting for nearly an hour, nothing happened. "Commander Mu, can you let our brothers rest for a while?" a demon general asked. Mu Long looked around vigilantly, not daring to let his guard down. Looking at the magical beast corpses on the ground, he said, "Dig out all the beast cores. Give them to those who can break through at any time. The rest of you can drink some magical beast essence blood." Hearing Mu Long's orders, the soldiers immediately got to work. They dug out the beast cores and gave them to those who were about to break through. Mu Long was satisfied that the soldiers who didn't get a beast core didn't say anything. Good, brothers. We should rise or fall together. We can't be greedy for good things. We should give them to those who need them. That's because everyone in the First Legion is a brother, shouted Mu Long. Everyone in the First Legion is a brother. The moment Mu Long finished speaking, all the soldiers shouted in unison. Brothers, the number of beast cores is limited, but we have plenty of beast blood. This beast blood is also good stuff. We can't waste it. Brothers, let's use blood as wine. Drink. Hearing Mu Long's words, the soldiers who didn't get a beast core began to bleed the magical beasts and drink their blood. Chapter 703. I reckon that these beast blood and beast cores will be enough to raise their cultivation. Yi Hao stood on the spot and looked at the people who were cultivating. Since it's a life and death trial, let's make it more realistic. Yi Hao made up his mind. After all, how could he train a good army if he wasn't ruthless? Following Yi Hao's command, more than 30 demonic beasts rushed out. Yi Hao didn't release too many demonic beasts as he was afraid that the soldiers wouldn't be able to withstand them. Releasing these 30 demonic beasts was to tell the First Legion that they couldn't relax at all no matter what. If the 1,000 soldiers dealt with these 30 magical beasts well, they would be able to exterminate them easily. However, if they panicked, the First Legion would definitely suffer heavy casualties. After all, there weren't many guards. All of them were refining the beast blood or beast cores and had completely let down their guard. Perhaps it was because they had waited for a long time and didn't see any demonic beasts, so they relaxed. These 30 demonic beasts were led by a demon general and moved towards the First Legion. However, these 30 demonic beasts didn't swarm towards the First Legion like they did at the beginning. Instead, they moved towards the First Legion silently. Yi Hao couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw this scene. After all, this was his First Legion. He couldn't bear to see them die. However, if he didn't do so now, they would be on the battlefield and die even faster. Yi Hao could only hope that the First Legion would be able to tide over this crisis. This was because only by making them suffer would they be able to learn a deep lesson and not make the same mistake again. As expected, the people of the First Legion didn't notice at this moment. At first, everyone was still a little vigilant. However, they slowly refined the beast blood in their bodies and completely forgot that they were still in the forest. Everyone was focused on cultivating. However, the beast blood was also very powerful. The wounds on everyone's bodies were quickly healing. Moreover, many people's cultivation had loosened a little and were about to break through. Mu Long had already closed his eyes, but he didn't let down his guard at all. At this moment, Mu Long suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "Prepare for battle." Hearing Mu Long's roar, everyone was obviously a little flustered. However, they quickly picked up their weapons. Looking at the scene before them, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was because the 30-plus magical beasts were only a dozen meters away from them. To the magical beasts, that dozen meters was simply a short distance. If Mu Long had not woken them up, many of them would have died under the claws of the demonic beasts. However, it was clear that everyone's reaction was quite fast this time, and there was some tacit understanding between them. Without Mu Long's command, the dozen or so people formed small teams and charged towards the magical beasts. The rest of you, stay here and protect the brothers who are refining the beast cores. Mu Long looked at the soldiers who were still refining the beast cores. These soldiers who were refining the beast cores had all reached the critical point of breaking through. This was not the time to be interrupted. Because of this, if he were to stop now, going berserk would be considered light. He might even lose his life on the spot. Those magical beasts were also very smart. Their targets were also the people who were refining the beast cores. After all, they also knew that they had to pick the soft persimmon. Moreover, these people already had power in their bodies. If they ate these people, they would obtain a portion of these people's power to increase their own strength. Hearing Mu Long's words, everyone immediately drew out close to 300 soldiers to protect the people who were refining the beast cores. The battle quickly became white hot. However, It could be seen that although the bodies of the First Legion were a little tired, there were still a lot of magical beasts. But the good thing was that the number of magical beasts was very small. Basically, 20 people could fight one magical beast. No matter how energetic the magical beasts were, they could not withstand the attacks of 20 people in turns. After fighting for half a day, the attacks of the numerous magical beasts gradually became weak. They were not as fierce as they were at the beginning and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Instead, the soldiers had gained the upper hand. Moreover, everyone's coordination was becoming more and more tacit. The soldiers who were guarding the beast cores were vigilantly observing their surroundings. At the same time, they were also watching the soldiers who were fighting the magical beasts. They were analyzing the battle and cooperation between them, their shortcomings in the battle, and learning from their battle experience. On the other hand, Mu Long heaved a sigh of relief. He was secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, the Lord was not too cruel. If there were more magical beasts, there would definitely be casualties. Mu Long could see that although the First Legion had the upper hand now, it was very difficult for them to fight. They were completely relying on their numbers to suppress the magical beasts. Roar. At this moment, there was a sudden roar of magical beasts. Mu Long frowned and looked around vigilantly. However, he did not find any magical beasts. Mu Long could not help but urge, "Brothers, quickly end the battle." Mu Long was afraid that the magical beasts would rush out again. If that happened, the First Legion would definitely not be able to hold on. Right now, they could only eliminate the magical beasts in front of them before preparing for the next battle. When the soldiers heard so many magical beasts roaring, they were all panicking and anxious. The speed of their attacks also increased significantly. Looking at the soldiers attacking with all their might, Yi Hao's lips curled into a smile. This was the result he wanted. He wanted to give these people a sense of crisis as if they were facing death. Only in this way could they grow and stimulate their potential. Yi Hao ordered the Green Wolf King from time to time. He deliberately let the hundreds of magical beasts roar so that the First Legion would feel nervous. However, he did not intend to let these magical beasts attack. This was because he could see that so far, this was the strongest force that the First Legion could display. If he let the magical beasts attack again, it would really be sending the First Legion to their deaths. However, Yi Hao believed that after this critical moment of life and death, when everyone defeated the magical beasts, many of the others would be able to break through. The soldiers of the First Legion were now attacking the magical beasts with all their might. This was because when they heard the magical beasts' roars, their hearts began to tremble involuntarily. This was because they didn't know when those roaring magical beasts would launch an attack. Everyone could not wait to kill the magical beasts in front of them immediately. This was because to them, those magical beasts were like a force hanging over their necks. The roars of those magical beasts were like talismans that hastened their deaths. Under the desperate attacks of the crowd, more and more injuries appeared on the bodies of the 30-odd magical beasts. Everyone finally saw a glimmer of hope. Chapter 704. Hearing Mu Long's words, everyone had no choice but to be careful. This was because it was common for magical beasts to counterattack when they were on the brink of death. At the last moment, the magical beasts would attack with all their might as if they didn't care about their lives. Often, they would take the lives of a few people. Fortunately, everyone was prepared. They cooperated well and blocked the magical beasts' counterattack before they died. The magical beasts were now lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Under the tacit cooperation of everyone, they could only fall unwillingly. However, everyone was tense and didn't dare to relax at all. The deafening roar of the magical beasts made it impossible for them to relax. At this moment, Mu Long didn't know if Yi Hao would send out more magical beasts. Therefore, Mu Long didn't dare to let down his guard. Everyone, split into two teams. One team will cultivate first and the other team will be on guard, Mu Long immediately instructed. This was because all the soldiers were exhausted. The energy in their bodies had been depleted and they urgently needed to recover. Otherwise, if another 100 magical beasts came, they would all be wiped out. The soldiers very skillfully took out the blood essence and beast cores of the magical beasts. Similarly, The beast cores were given to those who needed them. As for the blood essence, everyone took some. However, most of them began to cultivate cross-legged. The remaining soldiers looked around vigilantly. Yi Hao looked at the sky and saw that it was already noon. He said to the Green Wolf King, "Let's go. We'll come back at night." When the Green Wolf King heard Yi Hao's words, he immediately led Yi Hao away. The magical beasts also left obediently under the pressure of the Green Wolf King. "Commander Mu, I've broken through to the 8th level of the Demon Guard. I've also broken through to the 7th level of the Demon Guard. I've reached the 9th level of the Demon Guard. I feel that with one more beast core, I can break through to the 10th level of the Demon Guard." After 2 to 4 hours, the soldiers who had taken the beast cores all stood up and said joyfully, "All of you, stay on guard. Brothers, switch places to cultivate." Mu Long revealed a rare smile when he saw the soldiers break through. However, he still immediately instructed the soldiers. The 100 or so soldiers looked at the bodies of the magical beasts on the ground and the tired faces of the soldiers on guard. They knew what had happened. All of them were deeply moved. They silently held their weapons and walked to the side to stand guard. Because they knew that if it wasn't for the protection of this group of brothers, they might have died under the claws of the wolves while cultivating. By nightfall, the soldiers had already recovered to their peak state. Normally, without the help of pills, it would be impossible for him to recover so quickly. But with the existence of beast blood had great power. Not only did it allow everyone to recover, it even allowed their cultivation to advance. Mu Long observed his surroundings and felt that it was terrifyingly quiet. A few days ago, when he was cultivating, he didn't feel this nervous. But at this moment, after experiencing the battle during the day, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Even now, he could still remember the roars of the beasts during the day. There were at least a few hundred of them. In other words, this trial of life and death had only just begun. What happened during the day was just the foreplay, and the main show was yet to come. Moreover, it had to be known that the night was a paradise for magical beasts. The strength of magical beasts would increase at night. On the other hand, the combat strength of the soldiers would decrease at night. "Master, please take it easy." Mu Long couldn't help but pray. It was the first half of the night, so the soldiers were all focused and looking around vigilantly. But there wasn't even a fly, let alone magical beasts. Everyone's exhaustion gradually crept into their hearts. "General Mu Long, Master hasn't arrived at this time. I don't think he will come." A demon general walked up to Mu Long and said, "No, this is the moment when the soldiers are tired. We can't relax." Mu Long looked around vigilantly, and his tone was full of determination. Because if it were him, he would also choose to attack at this time. Moreover, if they were on the battlefield, the enemy would also launch sneak attacks from time to time. Although this wasn't a battlefield, it was far better than one. Because the enemy they were facing was an unknown number of magical beasts, which were more terrifying than humans. Moreover, there were thousands of changes on the battlefield. No one knew when the enemy would attack. And this was what the soldiers lacked. Because these soldiers were all stragglers and had never been on the battlefield. And if Yi Hao wanted to train them, he would definitely imitate the battlefield in the most realistic way. Therefore, Mu Long didn't know when Yi Hao would attack. Moreover, Mu Long believed that only the soldiers had gone through the test of life and death brought by Yi Hao over the past 5 days. These soldiers would undergo a qualitative change. Even if they were on the battlefield in the future, they would have a chance of survival. Brothers, for the sake of the First Legion and for the sake of returning alive, you must buck up. Because we are not facing Master now, but the enemy. And the enemy won't show any mercy to us. Mu Long looked at the tired soldiers and encouraged them. Yes. Hearing Mu Long's words, the soldiers recovered some of their energy. Everyone hid behind a simple fortress built from the corpses of magical beasts and trees, and looked around vigilantly. Brothers, if you're hungry, eat some beast meat. This is something that we didn't get to eat in the past. It's very nutritious for our bodies, Mu Long continued to say to the soldiers. When the soldiers heard Mu Long's words, they used the weapons in their hands to cut up the magical beast meat. They couldn't bear to roast it and ate it directly. This was because the magical beast meat also contained energy. Although it didn't contain as much energy as the blood of the beasts, it was still a treasure to them. After all, just as Mu Long had said, they used to be scattered soldiers and didn't dare to fight the magical beasts alone. Moreover, even if they killed the magical beasts, they would sell them. They couldn't bear to eat them. But now, there were so many magical beasts here. They could finally have a full meal. Fortunately, the meat of these magical beasts didn't have a fishy or strange smell, so it wasn't too hard for them to swallow. You're quite spirited. Not far away, Yi Hao saw that the First Legion hadn't relaxed even now. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. But if these people didn't relax, he would never let the magical beasts attack. I reckon that after killing this batch of magical beasts, the First Legion will be able to consume the beast cores and blood. Then, my mission will be completed. Yi Hao looked at the 300 to 400 magical beasts. Actually, it was very simple to complete the mission. As long as they killed these magical beasts and gave the beast cores and blood to the First Legion, they would be able to complete the mission. But the experience of battle and the tacit understanding between the soldiers were more important than completing the mission. Yi Hao had wanted to attack at midnight, but now it seemed that it wasn't in line with his plan. Yi Hao closed his eyes and went to sleep. Chapter 705. After a night, the sun was about to rise. It was obvious that the soldiers of the First Legion were exhausted. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Did the Lord not attack? Mu Long looked at the exhausted soldiers. After a night of preparation, they were all exhausted. Commander Mu, let some of our brothers rest for a while. Otherwise, before the demonic beasts come, the soldiers' bodies will collapse. A demon general said. That was because the demon guards had not reached the level where they could not eat or sleep. That's true, roar. Mu Long was about to agree, but before he could finish his sentence, the roars of the demonic beasts were heard. Mu Long frowned. Our Lord is so ruthless. His enemies on the battlefield are nothing more than this. Mu Long thought to himself. After all, the soldiers were all exhausted. He did not expect that Yi Hao would act so unconventionally. He would attack when the soldiers were already exhausted. Brothers, today is destined to be a bloody battle. If you can't hold on, don't be stingy with your pills. Kill them. Mu Long shouted and led the charge. When the soldiers saw the demonic beasts attacking, they forced themselves to stay alert and attacked the demonic beasts. After a day of fighting, the soldiers were all injured. However, there were no deaths. There were also close to 100 demonic beasts that had died at the feet of the soldiers. Roar. Just when everyone thought that the battle was about to end, another 100 demonic beasts appeared. Commander, another 100 demonic beasts are coming. I can't hold on any longer. Me too. I've used up all my pills. I just want to have a good sleep. Commander, what should we do? Many of the soldiers looked at Mu Long anxiously. At this moment, Mu Long was fighting with a demonic beast. His body was covered in blood. Mu Long repelled the demonic beast in front of him with his sword. He looked at the horde of demonic beasts and the soldiers that were charging at him from afar. His face was filled with anxiety. Brothers, retreat. Mu Long suddenly gave the order. Hearing Mu Long's words, everyone was relieved. Because everyone knew that if they continued to fight, they would be the ones who would die. After obtaining the Mu Long, everyone no longer cared about the beast cause and immediately retreated. You finally know to retreat. Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction when he saw Mu Long's order. A qualified general should be like that. He should know when to advance and when to retreat. He shouldn't be reckless and cause the death of the entire army. Although everyone was retreating, the demonic beasts were still in hot pursuit. All of you, attack. At Yi Hao's command, the Green Wolf King let out a loud roar. The remaining 200 magical beasts also pounced on the First Legion as if they had seen their prey. Yi Hao followed behind on his Green Wolf King when he saw the magical beasts charging forward. And this dramatic scene happened. The people of the First Legion were running in front with all their might, while the magical beasts were chasing after them. And Yi Hao was slowly following behind the magical beasts. At this moment, they were rather close to the first city and the 100,000 soldiers were spread out over a wider area. At this moment, someone saw this scene. Quick, look, that group of people is being chased by the magical beast. They seem to be from the First Legion, but why are they dressed so shabbily? They've even provoked a horde of beasts. Do you think we should go and save them? They're from the first city after all, of course we should save them. Wait a minute, look, there's someone behind the magical beasts. It looks like the Lord. Hearing this person's words, everyone turned to look at Yi Hao. Everyone immediately understood why the magical beasts were chasing after the First Legion. It was 100% related to Yi Hao. Haha, the First Legion is too pitiful. Not only are their equipment inferior to ours, they're even being chased by magical beasts. Quick, look at the way they're running away. I feel that the First Legion should be left to us. But the Lord's move is too vicious, please don't use it on us. At this moment, the people of the First Legion felt like they were about to cry. The feeling of being chased by hundreds of magical beasts was simply too unbearable. Especially when they saw the people of the Second Legion wearing brand new equipment and chatting cheerfully at the side, they were fuming with anger. Brothers, we can't let the Second Legion see us as a joke. As long as we persevere and wear good equipment, we can show off in front of the Second Legion. Mu Long couldn't help but shout loudly. As Mu Long didn't see Yi Hao in the secret book of beasts, he was unusually puzzled. Why were these magical beasts chasing after the First Legion so relentlessly? This run lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Basically, all the soldiers of the Second Legion witnessed this scene with their own eyes. All the small teams of the Second Legion were prepared to rescue them. However, when they saw Yi Hao behind the magical beasts, they all knew what was going on. They all looked at the First Legion with pity in their eyes. This was because compared to the First Legion's training, although their training was tiring, they didn't have to be in such a sorry state. However, slowly, everyone's pity turned into shock and admiration. This was because although the First Legion was running away, they didn't let go of a single person along the way. As long as one person was entangled, there would be a group of people who would rescue him. They had been running for 2 days and 2 nights. Not to mention the First Legion, even the people watching them felt tired. If it were them, they would have been wiped out long ago. On the other hand, the First Legion hadn't lost a single person so far. Commander Mu, I feel like my legs aren't mine anymore. When will this end? Commander Mu, I want to give up. This is simply too unbearable. I can't. I'm tired and hungry. I can't run anymore. At this moment, everyone in the First Legion was shouting at Mu Long. It wasn't that they were complaining, but that they really couldn't run anymore. Brothers, hold on. If this is a real battlefield, you can imagine the consequences if we don't run. Moreover, this is a real battlefield. If we don't run, we will definitely become food for the magical beasts. Hearing Mu Long's words, everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. After all, no one wanted to become food for the magical beasts. Looks like it's about time. Yi Hao looked at the state of the soldiers and guessed that they were about to reach their limits. Kill them. Following Yi Hao's order, a man and a wolf began to charge into the magical beasts, bringing about a rain of blood. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a magical beast. You have gained 7 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a magical beast. You have gained 6 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a magical beast. You have gained 6 experience points. Hearing the system's reward, Yi Hao sighed. This was simply too little. Chapter 706. My lord, you're too strong. At this moment, when everyone saw the scene of Yi Hao killing the magical beasts, they were all filled with worship. That was because the demonic beasts that they had been fleeing for 2 days and 2 nights had been easily cut down by Yi Hao. Every time Yi Hao swung his sword, a magical beast would die. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Only now did they realize how big the gap was between them and Yi Hao. After Yi Hao finished killing the magical beasts, he got back on the Green Wolf King's back and said to everyone, "Take all the corpses of the magical beasts and follow me." Everyone was nervous and uneasy because they couldn't tell if Yi Hao's tone was satisfied or dissatisfied. If Yi Hao was satisfied with their performance, then everything would be fine. If he wasn't, then they might miss the opportunity to join the first division and get good equipment. However, everyone still carried the corpses of the magical beasts very deftly and looked behind Yi Hao's butt. Even Mu Long followed behind Yi Hao nervously. When they reached the area where everyone was killing the magical beasts, the Green Wolf King suddenly stopped. Yi Hao turned around and looked at everyone quietly. No one dared to look Yi Hao in the eye. They all lowered their heads and waited for Yi Hao to speak. Your performance. Everyone's hearts were in their throats when they heard Yi Hao's words. Not bad. Everyone only heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Yi Hao's words. Eat the beast elixirs and blood first, Yi Hao ordered everyone. Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Hao's order, but they quickly carried it out. There are still 2 more days. We should be able to complete the mission. Yi Hao looked at everyone who was recovering and cultivating. No, to be sure, let's prepare more beast elixirs first. Yi Hao thought for a moment and was still worried that these soldiers would not be able to complete the mission if their cultivation levels were not high enough. Green Wolf, protect them. I'll be right back. Yi Hao instructed the Green Wolf King before turning to leave. Seeing Yi Hao leave, many soldiers opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with worry and fear. Clearly, they were afraid that Yi Hao would chase the demonic beasts back. However, when everyone saw that the Green Wolf King was here, they all heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, the Green Wolf King had stayed behind to protect them. It looks like all the magical beasts in this area have been killed. Yi Hao couldn't help frowning after searching for a long time. Yi Hao could only continue forward. After walking for half a day, Yi Hao finally saw a magical beast. Yi Hao immediately raised his saber and charged forward. After all, time was precious. There were only 2 days left. He had to raise the average strength of these people to rank 8 Demon Guard. This was because once they reached rank 8 Demon Guard, he could use the pills rewarded by the system to raise the strength of everyone in the 1st Legion to rank 1 Demon Generals. 1,000 first-rank Demon Generals, moreover, they were soldiers who had experienced the tempering of life and death. Their cooperation was incomparably terrifying. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a demonic beast. 9 experience gained. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a demonic beast. 8 experience gained. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a demonic beast. 7 experience gained. Yi Hao began to madly slaughter the demonic beasts. Gradually, he lost track of time. It was already night. However, Yi Hao still didn't intend to stop. He wanted to hunt more beast elixirs. That way, his chances of completing the mission would be higher. Yi Hao constantly changed his position and continued to kill the demonic beasts. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a demonic beast. 8 experience gained. Just as Yi Hao was about to change his direction, Yi Hao suddenly stopped in his tracks. That's strange. Why is there light? Logically speaking, it was related to the forest. Yi Hao didn't find it strange. What was strange was that Yi Hao saw a large patch of light not far away. Yi Hao didn't believe it. It was a hunting party. It was impossible for there to be so many people. As this place was close to the first city, Yi Hao couldn't help but be vigilant. Let's go over and take a look. Thinking of this, Yi Hao stealthily moved towards the spot of light. Haha, I didn't expect that I, Sun Yuan, would be so lucky. Not only did I hug a thigh, I'm also about to obtain a city for free. I even obtained a green leopard cub here. Sun Yuan laughed loudly. Sun Yuan was the city lord of a city force near the first city. His cultivation was at rank 1 Demon King. The power of Sun Yuan's city was 1 level higher than that of the first city. Furthermore, the difference between Sun Yuan's city and the Castle of the Kings was that the Sun family was the only family in Sun Yuan city. Furthermore, they had occupied Sun Yuan city for hundreds of years. The Sun family had their own private army. The Castle of the Kings, the predecessor of the first city, was merely one of their subordinate cities. Furthermore, It was a city that wasn't unified and its internal structure was extremely chaotic. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Sun Yuan wouldn't have paid any attention to the first city. However, he had received a mission this time and had no choice but to attack the first city. As long as he attacked the first city, he would be able to hug a thigh and obtain great benefits. His Sun family's power would increase once again. Similarly, he didn't pay any attention to the first city. After all, this time, he had brought along 2,000 elite soldiers with him. These 2,000 elite soldiers were all at the peak of the demon guards. They would definitely be able to sweep through the first city. Furthermore, he also had a small team of 200 military generals under his command. Therefore, even a peak Devil King powerhouse would be defeated by such a formation. However, what he didn't expect was that he would encounter a good thing. A Demon Emperor level Cyan Leopard was about to lay eggs. The Cyan Leopard was at its weakest when it laid eggs. Although there was no beast tamer and it wasn't easy to tame an adult Cyan Leopard, it was very easy to tame a newborn Cyan Leopard. Moreover, a Cyan Leopard that had just given birth would have 1 out of 10 strength. Even if the Cyan Leopard was killed, it would still be very valuable. Moreover, as long as the Cyan Leopard grew up, it would reach the Demon Emperor level. To the Sun family, it would be equivalent to having another Demon Emperor expert. One must know that even he was only a first-order Demon King and was the strongest person in the entire Sun Yuan city. If he could obtain the Cyan Leopard, the Sun family's power would increase by another level. Therefore, he temporarily gave up on attacking the first city and waited here for the Cyan Leopard to give birth to its baby. Sir City Lord, I heard that the City Lord of the first city, Yi Hao, is extremely powerful. Does the City Lord have any countermeasures? I also heard wrongly. That Yi Hao actually killed the Grand Deacon of the Cloud Pill sect. That Grand Deacon's cultivation was much higher than the City Lord's. That's not all. I heard that there is a Demon Emperor level expert behind the first city. What Demon Emperor level? Is that true? Chapter 707. It was said that the Great Deacon of the Cloud Pill sect was a 7th-order Demon King, but he was killed instantly. Could it be a Demon Emperor? Hearing this, Sun Yuan frowned because this was exactly what he was worried about. However, he could only pray that the young master was not lying to him and that the elixir was really effective. What gave Sun Yuan confidence was that he had an elixir that could raise one's cultivation at 0 hour. It could raise one's cultivation to the Demon Emperor realm at 0 hour. Although this sounded shocking, he had no choice but to believe it when he thought of the power behind that person. However, he still held on to the hope that there was no Demon Emperor here and that those people were just exaggerating. Soldiers, don't worry. When the time comes, your goal is to massacre the first city. Leave the first city's powerhouses to me. Looking at the worried faces of the soldiers, Sun Yuan said, "Yes, Governor. We will annihilate the first city and leave no one alive." The soldiers swore solemnly when they heard Sun Yuan's words. After all, they were powerful. If it were not for the fact that they were afraid of the Demon Emperor powerhouses, they would not care about the first city at all. Based on their cooperation and power, a city like the first city would definitely be wiped out by them. So their target is my first city. Yi Hao frowned when he heard the conversation of the soldiers. However, Yi Hao was shocked when he saw the strength of the soldiers. 90% of them were peak demon guards while the remaining 10% were beginner demon generals. Given his current level of power, the first city was no match for him at all. Most importantly, although he was powerful, it was impossible for him to fight against 2,000 soldiers alone. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining an army mission. Use any army to kill Sun Yuan and the other two. Once the mission is completed, the host will receive an army growth gift pack. Just as Yi Hao was frowning, the system suddenly issued a mission. Accept. Yi Hao gritted his teeth and accepted the mission. This was because he realized that Sun Yuan seemed to be held back by something. As he was afraid of being discovered, he could not get too close to the front. However, as long as he was given a day to complete the First Legion's mission, relying on the system's reward, Sun Yuan's people would be like chickens and dogs to him. Yi Hao could only pray that Sun Yuan would stay here for a while and give him one more day. Yi Hao was still worried, so he released a green wolf to keep an eye on Sun Yuan while he quietly turned around and left. Yi Hao also stopped hunting magic beasts because he had enough beast blood and beast cores in his space. "My lord, you're back." Mu Long was the first to greet Yi Hao when he saw him return. "What's wrong, my lord?" Mu Long asked cautiously when he saw Yi Hao's frown. For some reason, the governor of Sun Yuan City has brought 2,000 troops to attack the first city. Yi Hao did not hide this matter. What? Mu Long's expression changed. He had long heard of Sun Yuancheng's prowess. Even the Wang family, who used to be the overlord of the Castle of the Kings, had to bow and scrape in front of Sun Yuancheng. They did not dare to offend him and had to provide him with large amounts of resources every year. However, he had heard that Sun Yuancheng's soldiers were all well trained and their strength had reached the peak of the Demon Guard's level. Although the First Legion had grown faster, it was still like throwing an egg against a rock when faced with Sun Yuancheng's people. "My lord, what should we do?" "Let's retreat. Where there's life, there's hope." Mu Long thought for a moment and decided to advise him. "No, it's easy for us to leave, but what about the first city? What about the people of the first city? What about the 100,000 soldiers? Do you think we can escape?" Yi Hao immediately rejected him. Yi Hao's words shocked Mu Long. As a member of the first city, he was naturally more unwilling than Yi Hao to see anything happen to the first city. Moreover, the people of the first city were completely helpless in the face of cultivators. Even though the Second Legion had 100,000 soldiers, which was a shocking number, each of them had just started and had become cultivators. Their strength was still very weak. Therefore, it would be easy for the First Legion to escape, but the remaining people would be in trouble. "My lord, what should we do then? Should we fight it out with them?" Mu Long looked at Yi Hao. "No, let the soldiers consume the beast elixirs first. In one day, try your best to raise everyone's strength by at least one level." Yi Hao took out a pile of beast elixirs and handed them to Mu Long. "One level? No problem." Mu Long was clearly stunned when he received the beast elixirs from Yi Hao. With so many beast elixirs, raising the soldiers' cultivation by one level was a piece of cake. However, what Mu Long did not understand was that even if everyone's cultivation increased by one level, what was the use? Even if everyone's cultivation increased by one level, their average strength would only be a level 8 Demon Guard. On the other hand, Sun Yuan's men were at least level 10 Demon Guards. The First Legion was still no match for them. However, seeing that Yi Hao did not say anything, Mu Long could not continue asking and could only hurriedly distribute the beast elixirs. After everyone received the beast elixirs, none of them dared to delay and started refining the beast elixirs with all their might. After a day of refining, everyone had broken through one by one. Yi Hao watched anxiously as some of the people who had yet to break through. Through his connection with Green Wolf, Yi Hao could sense that something had happened on Sun Yuan's side. It was possible that Sun Yuan was on his way. If Sun Yuan was really on his way, then all his efforts would have been in vain. Fortunately, just as Yi Hao was looking forward to it, the system's notification finally sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the First Legion's mission. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 Demon Guard upgrade elixirs and 1,000 Demon General upgrade elixirs. Phew. Yi Hao finally heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the system's voice. Yi Hao looked at the soldiers, and the soldiers looked back at him with a solemn expression. It was obvious that these soldiers also knew about the crisis that the first city was facing. "Everyone, take these elixirs." Yi Hao did not waste any time and distributed the elixirs to everyone. Although everyone did not understand what kind of elixirs Yi Hao had given them, they knew that Yi Hao would not harm them. But everyone knew that Yi Hao absolutely would not harm them. One by one, they immediately swallowed the medicinal pills. Then, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They were shocked and overjoyed. At the same time, their voices were filled with confusion. "I think I broke through 3 times in a row." "Me too. I am now a level 1 Demon General. I am also a level 1 Demon Guard." What kind of elixir did the Lord give us? It is so powerful. This is definitely a divine elixir. It can increase one's cultivation without refining. The Lord is really a God. Chapter 708. Change into your equipment and prepare for battle. Yi Hao waved his hand and took out all 1,000 sets of demon general equipment. Everyone looked at the equipment greedily as if they had seen a beauty. After all, this was the equipment that they had been yearning for day and night. Not only was this set of equipment domineering, but it could also increase everyone's combat strength by several times. If they had been given the equipment previously, they would not have been able to kill the demonic beasts easily. At the very least, they would not have had to flee so pathetically. My lord, our strength is still too low to fully utilize this set of equipment. However, it will not be a problem for us to kill people 2 levels above us, Mu Long said after putting on the equipment and feeling it. Yi Hao nodded with satisfaction. If what Mu Long said was true, then the strength of the First Legion could reach level 3 Demon General. Yi Hao believed that the average strength of a level 3 Demon General would definitely be able to take on Sun Yuan. Soldiers, follow me. Yi Hao's idea was that instead of waiting for others to attack, they might as well take the initiative to attack and catch the enemy off guard. Yi Hao led the First Legion and set off in Sun Yuan's direction in a grandiose manner. To Yi Hao's surprise, there were sounds of fighting coming from Sun Yuan's direction. Yi Hao could not help but frown. He did not understand what was going on. You guys wait here first. I'll go and take a look, Yi Hao said to Mu Long and the rest. Then, he went up alone. Damn that green leopard. It's so cunning. It pretended to have just given birth to lure us into its trap. Looks like we've all been fooled by this beast. Damn it. If this goes on, we'll probably suffer heavy casualties before we reach the first city. Yi Hao listened to the soldiers' curses and looked at the target that more than 2,000 people were attacking. Yi Hao immediately used a detection skill. Green Leopard just gave birth. Weak stage current strength is level 3 Demon Emperor. However, it's exhausted and will die soon. It's a Demon Emperor level demonic beast. Yi Hao was shocked. He finally knew why Sun Yuan was guarding here. It turned out that Sun Yuan was here for the Azure Leopard's cubs. However, it was clear that Sun Yuan and the others had been deceived by the Green Leopard beast. At this moment, the Green Leopard beast was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It did not have much combat power at all. On the other hand, Sun Yuan and the others were intimidated by the Green Leopard's aura. Instead, they thought that the Green Leopard beast hadn't given birth to cubs. In fact, the Green Leopard beast had given birth to cubs. In order to protect the cubs, it wanted to scare Sun Yuan and the others away. Doesn't that mean that the Green Leopard cub is nearby? Yi Hao's eyes lit up. After all, it would be a Devil Emperor level Green Leopard. How could he not want a Devil Emperor level assistant for no reason? Yi Hao looked at the people fighting against the Green Leopard. Yi Hao scanned the surroundings and suddenly saw a small cave not far away. If I'm not mistaken, the leopard cubs should be here. Yi Hao sneaked over when no one was paying attention. Huff tilde huff tilde huff tilde. After Yi Hao entered the cave, he saw a 20-centimeter long creature lying on top of a pair of spiritual herbs. Yi Hao knew that this was the Green Leopard beast that had just been born. However, Yi Hao couldn't help but sigh at the Green Leopard beast's extravagance. Even the place where it slept wasn't made of ordinary grass. Instead, it was holding a pile of spiritual herbs of good quality. This was simply a waste of heavenly treasures. Looking at the Green Leopard cub, Yi Hao immediately used a contract technique. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for successfully contracting a demonic beast cub, Green Leopard beast. Green Leopard beast, infant stage. Current cultivation, 8th Order Demon King. Looking at the Green Leopard beast's introduction, Yi Hao couldn't help but be shocked. This was just a cub, but its strength had already reached the 8th Order Demon King. One had to know that his current strength was only at the 8th Order Demon King. Didn't that mean that the Green Leopard beast's strength was on par with his? After the Green Leopard beast was contracted, it felt that Yi Hao was the closest person to it. Like a bolt of lightning, it pounced into Yi Hao's embrace. The green leopard beast rubbed its head against Yi Hao a few times before closing its eyes and going back to sleep. At the same time, the green leopard beast that was fighting with Sun Yuan's army outside suddenly looked towards the direction of the cave and roared loudly. At the same time, it tried to break out of the encirclement with all its might. "Bastard, how dare you be so arrogant?" Looking at the green leopard beast's appearance, Sun Yuan snorted coldly. "Trap this bastard for me. We can't let it escape. Otherwise, our brothers would have died in vain," Sun Yuan said furiously. This was because the green leopard beast had killed close to 100 of his soldiers at the beginning. From this, one could see how terrifying the green leopard beast was. This made Sun Yuan's heart ache. Therefore, his hatred and killing intent towards the green leopard beast increased exponentially. Right now, he was relying on the combined attacks of the remaining soldiers to barely hold the green leopard beast back. Seeing the green leopard beast attacking with all its might, Sun Yuan mistakenly thought that the green leopard beast was trying to escape. However, he didn't know that the green leopard beast had discovered that Yi Hao had contracted a small green leopard beast. Being held back by Sun Yuan and his soldiers, the green leopard beast was enraged. It attacked Sun Yuan with all its might. Sun Yuan immediately retreated. He knew that he wasn't a match for the green leopard beast. Moreover, he couldn't use his life-saving trump card at this moment. "Stop it," Sun Yuan ordered. Immediately, close to 100 soldiers rushed out to stop the green leopard beast's attack. However, the green leopard beast wasn't so easy to stop. Although the green leopard beast was in a weakened state, it still used all its remaining strength. Instantly, close to half of the 100 soldiers were killed or injured. "Kill this bastard." Seeing so many of his soldiers die, Sun Yuan roared furiously. "Kill." Hearing Sun Yuan's order, the soldiers attacked the green leopard beast again. After the previous attack, the green leopard beast was clearly much weaker than before. Therefore, many of the soldiers left many wounds on the green leopard beast's body. This gave Sun Yuan hope of killing the green leopard beast. "Continue attacking this bastard. When we return, I will reward you handsomely. The beauties of the first city are all yours to enjoy." Hearing Sun Yuan's words, the soldiers were all fired up and attacked the green leopard beast. Roar tilde at this moment, the green leopard beast let out a powerful roar. At this moment, the small green leopard beast in Yi Hao's arms suddenly raised its head and looked outside the cave anxiously. At the same time, it looked at Yi Hao with pleading eyes. Seeing the pitiful look of the small green leopard beast, Yi Hao sighed. "Forget it. She is your mother after all. I will help her." Hearing Yi Hao's words, the small green leopard beast immediately stuck out its tongue and licked Yi Hao's arm to express its gratitude. Chapter 709. Attack. Upon hearing Yi Hao's command, the soldiers of the First Legion charged out under Mulong's lead. "Who is it?" Hearing the sudden battle cries, Sun Yuan's expression changed as he looked at the 1,000 soldiers who rushed out. Where did these elite soldiers come from? Sun Yuan looked at the equipment of the First Legion. If he wasn't wrong, they were definitely demon general-grade equipment. Even Sun Yuan Cheng could only gather a little more than 100 sets of equipment of this level, and that was after paying a huge price for it. However, there were 1,000 sets of such equipment here, and all of them were brand new. The most important thing was that these people's cultivations had all reached the First Order Devil General. This caused Sun Yuan to be completely stunned. He had dominated this place for dozens of years, but he had never heard of such an elite force in any city. Sun Yuan panicked when he saw the First Legion charging towards his men. "Sir, is there a misunderstanding? Which city are you from?" Sun Yuan immediately looked at Yi Hao and was stunned. He realized that he didn't know Yi Hao at all. However, when Sun Yuan saw the green leopard beast in Yi Hao's arms, he was filled with envy and regret. Why didn't he go to the cave to check it out? In the end, the green leopard beast had been snatched by Yi Hao. He could ignore the green leopard beast for the time being, but he had to stop the First Legion from attacking his men. The soldiers on both sides were already engaged in battle. The soldiers that he had always been proud of were completely helpless against the First Legion's attack. These were Sun Yuan's elites, and he couldn't afford to lose any more of them. Otherwise, the Sun family's position in Sun Yuancheng might be at risk. Furthermore, he still had to attack the first city. If these soldiers were all killed, what else could he use to attack the first city? In Sun Yuan's opinion, Yi Hao was definitely a disciple of some big family. However, he definitely wasn't someone he could afford to offend. After all, he had brought 1,000 fully equipped demon generals with him in this forest. He reckoned that only a disciple of a big family would be able to take out such a large army. "I'm the governor of the first city, Yi Hao." Yi Hao looked at Sun Yuan and said with a smile. Seeing Yi Hao's smile, Sun Yuan could clearly sense the killing intent hidden in Yi Hao's smile. At the same time, he was completely shocked. The first city? How could the first city possibly have so many elite soldiers? Sun Yuan's first thought was disbelief. Sun Yuan refused to believe that the first city could have so many elite soldiers. If the first city really has so many elite soldiers, the castle of the kings of the past would not have been trampled under my feet. There was only one explanation, and that was that these soldiers were all created by Yi Hao. Who on earth is he? Sun Yuan now believed that Yi Hao had brought these soldiers to the first city at the same time. He did not believe that Yi Hao would be able to train such elite troops in a short period of over 10 days. Governor Yi, is there a misunderstanding between us? Why are you ordering your soldiers to attack my men? Sun Yuan could only plead. Yi Hao was unaware of his intentions. After all, his heart was bleeding as he watched his soldiers die one by one. "I can't stand the sight of you." Yi Hao stared at Sun Yuan with a sneer. If he had not heard Sun Yuan say that he wanted to attack the first city with his own ears, he might have been deceived by Sun Yuan. That innocent expression and tone of voice. However, Yi Hao was aware of Sun Yuan's intentions. That was enough for him, and he could not be bothered to say anything else to Sun Yuan. "You." Sun Yuan was almost driven mad by Yi Hao's words. However, when he saw that Yi Hao was not going to stop, there was nothing he could do about Yi Hao. "You forced me to do this." Sun Yuan scanned his surroundings and did not discover any powerful cultivators, so he decided to attack Yi Hao. In order to be absolutely safe, Sun Yuan prepared to consume a pill. He had already secretly grabbed the pill in his hand. "You and I." 10,000 beast spiritual fire. Seeing Sun Yuan's state, Yi Hao knew that he was up to no good. Without hesitation, he threw the 10,000 beast spiritual fire at Sun Yuan. However, before Sun Yuan could finish his sentence, he sensed a dangerous aura from the 10,000 beast spiritual fire. However, before he could escape, the 10,000 beast spiritual fire had already landed on his body. When the 10,000 beast spiritual fire landed on Sun Yuan's body, it was as if gasoline had been poured on him. Sun Yuan instantly turned into a man of flames and he screamed in pain. "Governor!" Many people in Sun Yuan's city were shocked when they saw this scene. After all, Sun Yuan was the strongest cultivator among them. He was their pillar of support. Now that Sun Yuan was about to be burned to death, they did not know what to do. "Brat, if you kill me, you won't have a good ending. You offended someone you shouldn't have." Sun Yuan roared with resentment. "How dare a dead person speak so arrogantly?" Yi Hao sneered. "We don't want to fight anymore. We surrender. The governor is already dead. What's the point of fighting? Young master, please show mercy." After seeing Sun Yuan's death, most of the soldiers in Sun Yuan's city were recruited by Sun Yuan. They were not loyal to Sun Yuan. After all, they should look forward. They could not lose their lives for a dead person. Moreover, they had only become Sun Yuan's subordinates so that they could live a better life. Now that Sun Yuan was dead, their loyalty to Sun Yuan had naturally disappeared. Kill all of Sun Yuan's direct subordinates and relatives. Escort the rest back to the first city. Yi Hao instructed Mu Long when he saw that Sun Yuan's subordinates were no longer able to fight. "Yes, my lord." Mu Long immediately obeyed the order. As for the subordinates who were not Sun Yuan's direct subordinates and relatives, they quickly knelt on the ground and surrendered. As for Sun Yuan's direct subordinates and relatives, their faces were all pale. Usually, They used Sun Yuan's name to be superior to others and bully others as they wished. However, they had never imagined that because of Sun Yuan, they would lose their chance to live. In the end, Sun Yuan's subordinates were killed by the Green Leopard Beast. Apart from the Green Leopard Beast and the First Legion, Yi Hao captured more than 1,200 people. These people were all peak demon guards. Yi Hao believed that with a little training, they would definitely become a great fighting force. However, the loyalty of these people still needed to be trained. Otherwise, Yi Hao would not dare to use them. After all, an ant's nest could cause the collapse of a 1,000-mile dike. He definitely could not act recklessly in this army. If some traitorous spies were to sneak in, the damage to him would definitely be fatal. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of eliminating Sun Yuan. You have received a Legion Growth Gift Pack. When he heard the system's notification, Yi Hao did not pay attention to it. This was because the adult Green Leopard Beast had been watching him since the beginning. Chapter 710. Ever since Yi Hao appeared, the Green Leopard Beast's gaze had been fixed on Yi Hao. At the same time, it looked nervously at the Green Leopard cub in Yi Hao's arms. The Green Leopard cub licked Yi Hao's arm affectionately. In a flash, it ran to the Green Leopard Beast's feet and rubbed its head against the Green Leopard Beast. Only then did the Green Leopard Beast retract its gaze from Yi Hao. Its eyes were filled with motherly love as it licked the Green Leopard cub. No one knew what the Green Leopard Beast said to the Green Leopard cub. After taking one last look at Yi Hao, it turned and left. The Green Leopard cub looked reluctant to part with it. Seeing the Green Leopard Beast leave, Yi Hao picked up the Green Leopard cub and did not stop it. Firstly, he was no match for the Green Leopard Beast. Secondly, the Green Leopard cub was already his pet. It was not appropriate for him to attack the Green Leopard cub. Let's go back. Seeing that the Green Leopard Beast had disappeared, Yi Hao said. Is that the First Legion? When did they change their equipment? Look at the bloodstains on their bodies. They look like they just went through a battle. Yeah, they seem to have captured captives. The equipment of these captives looks familiar. They look like Sun Yuancheng's men. Yi Hao's return to the city with the First Legion naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone was talking about it. Yi Hao walked to the top of the city wall. Gathering his strength, he said, the governor of Sun Yuancheng, Sun Yuan, did not know what was good for him. He invaded the first city and has been beheaded. In the next few days, I will send troops to subdue Sun Yuancheng. The heads of Sun Yuan and his men will be hung on the city wall for 3 days as a warning to others. After Yi Hao finished speaking, the soldiers immediately hung the decapitated heads on the city wall. What? Sun Yuancheng attacked the first city? Why didn't we receive any news? Sun Yuancheng has always been on top of us. Moreover, they have many soldiers and generals. Even the governor was killed. I've seen Sun Yuan. He was arrogant and condescending. That head is really Sun Yuan's. I want to know how powerful the Lord is. He actually killed Sun Yuan. It looks like the first city is really going to have to rise to the top. At this moment, everyone looked at the hundreds of heads on the city wall and were extremely shocked. At the same time, there were also quite a few people who looked at the head on the city wall with fear in their eyes. Then, they turned around and left anxiously. It was obvious that they were spies from other factions. After all, there were so many forces in the surrounding cities. It was normal for each force to place spies in other cities for the sake of their own development. Just like Yi Hao, he almost didn't discover Sun Yuan's attack because he didn't set up any spies. Master, you actually killed Sun Yuan? At this moment, the White Dragon walked over with a group of family heads. These family heads usually managed the affairs of the city and helped Yi Hao a lot. However, Yi Hao strictly forbade them from interfering with the military. This time, I was training my troops in the forest when I suddenly saw Sun Yuan leading his troops to surround and annihilate the first city. Naturally, I annihilated them, Yi Hao said. However, while Yi Hao spoke casually, all the family heads were shocked. At the same time, they were filled with admiration for Yi Hao. This was because they knew very well how powerful Sun Yuancheng was. Previously, The castle of the kings had always been suppressed by Sun Yuan Cheng. These family heads had contributed a lot to the Sun family. Furthermore, Sun Yuan had established his own army. This was something that these people couldn't compare to. Their people were nothing more than guards formed by the clan's disciples. On the other hand, Sun Yuan's people were a real army. Moreover, from the looks of it, Sun Yuan had only brought 2,000 people this time. They were obviously Sun Yuancheng's elites. However, almost half of Sun Yuancheng's elites had been killed by Yi Hao. The rest had been captured by him. Everyone was wondering how Yi Hao had done it. At this moment, everyone realized that the members of the First Legion standing behind Yi Hao had all changed into new equipment. Looking at the equipment of the First Legion, everyone could tell that their equipment wasn't inferior to that of the Second Legion. As the White Dragon checked everyone's cultivation level, his expression changed. How is this possible? Family head by, what's wrong? Seeing the White Dragon's strange expression, many family heads asked softly. Look at their cultivation level. The White Dragon suppressed the shock in his heart and said to everyone. Everyone listened to the White Dragon and their expressions changed drastically. Is this still the First Legion? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. They knew that Yi Hao's First Legion had been recruited in the first city. At that time, all of them had been present personally. At that time, the strongest person in the First Legion had been a demon general. Moreover, there had only been a dozen demon generals back then. However, now, the 1,000 people in the First Legion were all at the demon general level. If this had taken longer, they would have been able to accept it. However, it had only been a dozen days since Yi Hao had established the First Legion. Looking at the First Legion, everyone stood behind Yi Hao with a murderous aura. Everyone couldn't help but call Yi Hao a freak. After all, the 10 generals were a bunch of stragglers and their strength was uneven. They were basically around the 5th or 6th level demon guards. To directly raise their cultivation level to the demon general level, and each of them had an extraordinary aura and became disciplined. How many people could do this? Even if they were given 3 years, they wouldn't be able to train such a legion. This was because raising the cultivation level of a small number of people was considered easy. However, they definitely couldn't raise the cultivation level of 1,000 people like Yi Hao. Otherwise, this was why Sun Yuan was so powerful. He had dominated for so many years and forcibly seized so many resources. In the end, he only had a little more than 200 demon generals under his command. My lord, there's something fishy about Sun Yuan's invasion. The White Dragon thought for a moment and said, What do you mean? In fact, Yi Hao also found it strange because from eavesdropping on Sun Yuan's words, he could tell that Sun Yuan's target this time was him. However, he had only dominated the first city for a few days. Even if Sun Yuan had received the news, there was no grudge between them. However, there was no enmity between the two of them. There was no need for Sun Yuan to bring 2,000 elites to attack him. Moreover, from Sun Yuan's words, it seemed like someone behind Sun Yuan had instructed him to do so. However, Yi Hao had some guesses as to who this person was. He hadn't offended anyone in the ancient demon domain. If there was anyone, it would be either the Black Sword sect or the Cloud Pill sect. However, Yi Hao felt that it wasn't very likely. After all, with the strength of the Black Sword sect and the Cloud Pill sect, if they really wanted to deal with him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. They could just send 2 experts over. Chapter 7:11. The White Dragon's thoughts were more or less the same as Yi Hao's. In his opinion, if the Black Sword sect and the Cloud Core sect wanted to deal with Yi Hao, they would definitely do it themselves and not borrow the hands of others. My lord, have you offended anyone else? The White Dragon asked cautiously. After all, he believed that Sun Yuan would never do anything without benefits. He would never go to war and attack the first city for no reason. Since he had eliminated the Black Sword sect and the Cloud Core sect, the White Dragon didn't know who else. He could only ask Yi Hao. Yi Hao shook his head and instructed the White Dragon, Uncle White, go and investigate. Interrogate those captives and find out who the mastermind is. Yi Hao wouldn't be afraid if it was an enemy out in the open. However, Yi Hao was most annoyed by enemies who hid in the dark and attacked him. This kind of enemy was like a venomous snake in the night. They would attack you when you were in danger and give you a fatal blow that you couldn't defend against. Yes. The white dragon also heard the seriousness in Yi Hao's tone and immediately nodded in agreement. Just as the white dragon was about to leave, he suddenly said to Yi Hao, "My lord, you haven't rested well for more than 10 days. Why don't you come to the Bai family and rest for a while? Your mansion is still under construction and it will take some time before it is completed." "Thank you, Uncle White." Yi Hao nodded and thanked him. After more than 10 days, he should have a good rest. He also needed to take a shower and change into a clean set of clothes. Most importantly, Yi Hao missed Bai Yun after more than 10 days. "Big brother Yi Hao, where have you been these past few days?" Yi Hao had just arrived at the Bai family when he saw Bai Yun walking up to him. "I've been training the First Legion these past few days." Yi Hao didn't hide anything and replied directly. "I asked the kitchen to prepare some dishes. Let's go eat now." Bai Yun nodded and asked Yi Hao. Yi Hao rubbed his stomach. Because the laws were different, Yi Hao no longer felt hungry on the Myriad Kingdom continent. However, when he arrived at the ancient demon domain, the feeling of hunger appeared once again. However, Yi Hao did not reject food. Even in the past, when he was in the Myriad Kingdom continent, he didn't feel hungry. When he wanted to eat, he would still eat something. Now that he heard Bai Yun say this, he really did feel hungry. "Big brother Yi Hao, these are the demonic beasts you sent back. I asked the kitchen to make them. They will definitely be helpful to your cultivation." When Yi Hao and Bai Yun arrived at the dining table, they realized that the table was already filled with dishes. As if they knew that Yi Hao loved meat, there was not a single vegetarian dish on the table. Before Yi Hao could sit down, a fragrance assailed his nostrils. However, Yi Hao could tell that the chef who made this dish must be good at cooking. This was because the most taboo thing to do when making these demonic beasts was to lose the power inside. And these dishes in front of him had tried their best to preserve the power inside the meat. It could be seen that the chef had put in a lot of effort. "Don't just stand there, let's eat together." Seeing Bai Yun standing at the side, Yi Hao said with a smile. Hearing Bai Yun's words, Bai Yun sat down with a smile on her face. What's wrong?" Yi Hao looked at Bai Yun, who had a reserved expression and wanted to say something but stopped. Yi Hao asked curiously. "Big brother Yi Hao, I'm leaving," Bai Yun said with some reluctance in her eyes. "Leaving? Where are you going? Isn't this your home?" Hearing Bai Yun's words, Yi Hao put his chopsticks back on the table and asked with a frown. For some reason, hearing Bai Yun's words made Yi Hao panic. A feeling of reluctance immediately welled up in his heart. "I'm going to the royal city," Bai Yun said. "Go to the royal city?" Yi Hao was still in a state of confusion about the distribution of power in this world, so Yi Hao looked at Bai Yun with a puzzled expression. Hearing Bai Yun's description, Yi Hao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the sphere of influence he was in was the power of a kingdom. And this kingdom had its own academy, which specialized in cultivating future talents for the kingdom. This academy was similar to a sect, but there was also a difference between them. This was because sects were basically private forces mixed with interests. There was no superior or subordinate relationship between them and the kingdom. On the other hand, the academy belonged to the kingdom's own forces and belonged to the king of the kingdom. Therefore, an ordinary academy was not inferior to a sect. And the academy Bai Yun wanted to go to was the Qianyuan Academy of the Qianyuan Kingdom. Bai Yun's growth in the Bai family was limited. And she wanted to join a sect, but she had been troubled by her inability to do so. She had signed up for the Qianyuan Academy a year ago, but a year had passed and she had already given up. Unexpectedly, she had received a notice from the Qianyuan Academy recently, and Bai Yun did not want to waste this opportunity. After all, only by entering the academy could she learn cultivation techniques that were suitable for her, obtain resources, and grow quickly. Moreover, seeing Yi Hao's rapid growth, she was secretly anxious because she realized that she was increasingly unable to catch up with Yi Hao's footsteps. Therefore, she was now eager to trick him. Moreover, according to her father's analysis, Yi Hao was definitely a person with great ambitions. For the sake of his ambition, he would definitely fight for the world. Therefore, Bai Yuna also wanted to help Yi Hao. However, she was too weak and could only be a burden to Yi Hao at the moment. But once she entered the academy, it would be different. As long as she entered the academy, if she was lucky, she would be able to grow quickly and help Yi Hao. Upon hearing Bai Yuna's words, Yi Hao wanted to stop her, but he realized that he did not know how to say it. This was because Bai Yuna also had her own ideas, and he definitely could not influence Bai Yuna's thoughts. Moreover, even if he kept Bai Yuna by his side, he was currently unable to help Bai Yuna grow. On the contrary, if he allowed Bai Yuna to go, she might encounter an opportunity that belonged to her. However, Yi Hao's reluctance in his heart made his mood instantly become heavy. When are you leaving? Yi Hao asked. I will be leaving in 3 days, because it will take a long journey to reach the capital. Bai Yuna's eyes turned slightly red as she said this. Yi Hao nodded and did not say anything else. He did not even know how he managed to finish this meal. He only knew that this meal was as tasteless as if he was chewing on wax. For the remaining 3 days, Yi Hao did not do anything else. Instead, he accompanied Bai Yuna to shop and chat. However, parting always came so quickly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 7:12. For me. Bai Yuna looked at the space ring that Yi Hao handed over in surprise. One had to know that this space ring was extremely precious in the ancient demon realm. Even the entire Bai family did not have a single space ring. At this moment, the white dragon was also looking enviously at the ring in Bai Yuna's hand. One had to know that the higher the level of the world, the more difficult it was to refine space-type equipment. In the 10,000 Kingdoms continent, space-type equipment was not considered rare. However, in the ancient demon realm, some of the levels were too low and simply lost their use. Fortunately, Yi Hao had the system space, so it didn't matter to him whether he had a space ring or not. The space ring that Yi Hao gave Bai Yuna was obtained by killing Chief Deacon Zhong. In this space ring, there were some elixirs refined by Yi Hao, as well as the spirit coins that Chief Deacon Zhong had saved. Yi Hao did not take them out and handed them all to Bai Yuna. Even Chief Deacon Zhong's low-grade sword, King Bing Demon Sword, was not taken out by Yi Hao. Yi Hao believed that Bai Yuna would be able to use it. After Bai Yuna saw the space ring, she quickly waved her hand and refused. Big brother Yi Hao, this is too precious. I can't accept it. I'm giving it to you, so take it. Take good care of yourself. Yi Hao did not allow Bai Yuna to refuse and directly put the ring on Bai Yuna's hand. Thank you, big brother Yi Hao. Bai Yuna did not dare to refuse again when she saw Yi Hao's serious expression. Big brother Yi Hao, I will miss you. Remember to come and see me when you have time, Bai Yuna said mischievously in order to ease the awkwardness of their separation. Unexpectedly, Yi Hao nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will come and see you soon. It's a deal. Bai Yuna did not expect that Yi Hao would agree to her casual request. She was afraid that Yi Hao would go back on his word. It's a deal. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he could not help but think of Zimo. He could not help but remind Bai Yuna to help him keep an eye out for any news of Zimo. After all, looking for a person in the ancient demon domain was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Yi Hao had no other choice. He could only search like this and not let go of any opportunity. For Bai Yuna's safety, Yi Hao lent the Green Wolf King to Bai Yuna. Although the strength of the Green Wolf King was no longer of much use to him at this point in time, he was still able to defeat the Green Wolf King. In any case, the Green Wolf King had the cultivation of a demon lord. For Bai Yuna, who was a demon guard, it was still a good bodyguard. Thank you, big brother Yi Hao. This time, Bai Yuna did not refuse. Instead, she said gratefully. After all, the road ahead was long. It was impossible for Bai Yuna not to be afraid of going to the capital alone. However, with the Green Wolf King as her companion, there was no doubt that she would be much safer. I don't have any space equipment to store magical beasts. Yuna, when the time comes, you can sell some elixirs and buy one. Bai Yuna was not like him. Because he was the owner of the Green Wolf King and had the system, he could summon the Green Wolf King into the pet space. However, it was impossible for Bai Yuna to keep the Green Wolf King by her side all the time. Therefore, she could only buy a piece of equipment to store the Green Wolf King. However, the price of this kind of equipment should not be cheap. Yi Hao believed that with the spirit coins in Deacon Zhong's space, it should not be a problem to buy such an equipment. Yes. Bai Yuna immediately nodded. In the end, Bai Yuna said goodbye to the White Dragon and rode the Green Wolf King away. Yi Hao looked at Bai Yuna's back until she disappeared. Then, he walked back to the city. Yi Hao believed that sooner or later, he would go to Sky King's capital. After all, he wanted to conquer the ancient demon area. Sky King's capital would naturally be a target for him to conquer. However, right now, he had to conquer Sun Yuancheng first. After all, the current Sun Yuancheng was already ownerless. If it was snatched away by someone with ulterior motives, it wouldn't be good if something happened. After returning to the Bai Manor, Yi Hao looked at the White Dragon and asked, "Uncle White, how is the investigation going?" The White Dragon stopped thinking about his daughter and said, "I interrogated everyone strictly. However, I did not find out who ordered Sun Yuan to do this." That's strange. The White Dragon's words made Yi Hao frown. He did not expect that Sun Yuan's subordinates would not be able to find out anything. "Uncle White, prepare to take over Sun Yuancheng," Yi Hao said to the White Dragon. "Master, are you going to make a move on Sun Yuancheng? Don't you need to prepare?" The White Dragon asked with some pills. Although Sun Yuancheng, the Castellan, and the elites had been destroyed. However, the remaining power of the Sun family could not be underestimated. According to his understanding, the Sun family had at least 7,000 to 8,000 people left on the surface. The White Dragon would definitely be worried if Yi Hao rashly attacked without any preparation. "It's fine. Give me 10,000 people from the 2nd Legion. I will take the 1st Legion with me." Yi Hao's tone was firm. Even Sun Yuan himself had been destroyed. How could he be afraid of the remaining power of Sun Yuancheng? "Uncle White, after I leave, bring another group of people and help me take over Sun Yuancheng." "Yes." Hearing Yi Hao's order, the White Dragon immediately obeyed. At this moment, Yi Hao remembered that he had killed Sun Yuan and obtained the Legion Growth Gift Pack. It had not been opened yet. "System, help me open the gift pack." Yi Hao immediately said to the system. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 Demon General Aptitude Pills, 100,000 Demon General Strengthening Pills, 100,000 Demon Guard Upgrade Pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 Demon General Upgrade Pills. That's a lot." Even though Yi Hao had been prepared, he was still stunned. He had not expected that the Legion Growth Gift Pack would be so big. Disregarding everything else, just the 100,000 Demon Guard leveling pills were enough to raise every soldier of the 2nd Legion by 1 level. However, Yi Hao knew that good steel should be used where the blade was. If these 100,000 Demon General Upgrade pills were given to every soldier in the 2nd Legion, it would not have much of an effect. However, if these 100,000 Demon General Upgrade pills were given to 10,000 people, the effect would naturally be different. It would instantly increase the number of peak demon guards by 10,000. Furthermore, Yi Hao did not intend to give these 1,000 Demon General Upgrade pills to every soldier in the 1st Legion. He also wanted to choose 100 people and raise these 100 people to the peak Demon General level first. Yi Hao first distributed the strengthening pills and aptitude pills. This was because at the very least, everyone's potential could be raised from the peak demon guard to the peak demon general level. Then, Yi Hao selected 10,000 soldiers and distributed the demon guard upgrade pills. However, what surprised Yi Hao was that these 100,000 demon general upgrade pills were not used up. This was because the strength of most people had reached the 1st or 2nd stage of the demon guard because of the demon guard strengthening pills and the aptitude pills. Chapter 713. Yi Hao wasn't in a hurry to use the 20,000 leveling pills. After all, the 10,000 peak demon guards were enough for him. Furthermore, the soldiers were all at the first and second level of the demon guards, so it was easy for them to break through. Moreover, they had taken the demon general aptitude pills and strengthening pills. It would be easier for the soldiers to break through. Usually, it would be more difficult to break through later. Therefore, Yi Hao planned to keep the 20,000 leveling pills for the soldiers who had difficulties breaking through. In the end, Yi Hao gave the demon general leveling pills to the soldiers of the First Legion. Yi Hao also took out 100 people, no more, no less. As for the remaining pills, Yi Hao also kept them. "Let's go," Yi Hao ordered the soldiers. Then, the 1,000 soldiers of the First Legion surrounded Yi Hao, while the 10,000 soldiers followed closely behind. The 11,000 soldiers were all dressed in bright and beautiful equipment and looked very imposing. Among the crowd, there were also dozens of large flags that were very eye-catching. The name of the first city was embroidered on the large flags in a flamboyant style. At this moment, everyone in the first city felt their blood boil when they saw this scene. They had never thought that one day, their city would have such a powerful army. This was especially so when their loved ones were among this group of lions. This made them feel extremely proud. It looks like the first city's territory will be expanded again. The Lord is really powerful. In just half a month, he managed to train such a strong army. It looks like our good days are really coming. No one doubted that the strong army led by Yi Hao would be able to wipe out Sun Yuancheng. Each and every one of them sent off the army, their faces brimming with smiles. In the beginning, when everyone heard that Yi Hao was going to fight Sun Yuancheng, many of them expressed their worries. However, when they saw the army's imposing manner, everyone believed from the bottom of their hearts that Yi Hao would definitely be able to destroy Sun Yuancheng. On the other hand, the rest of the Second Legion looked at the soldiers enviously. They had become cultivators with great difficulty and they really wanted to fight for the first city on the battlefield and expand their territory. "Brothers, although we can't go to war, we still have to guard our territory. Our responsibility is still great, so brothers, work hard to cultivate." He looked at the envious soldiers of the Second Legion. At this moment, King Kong's strength had also been raised to the peak of the Demon General realm by Yi Hao. The Vaja King's position was to temporarily act as the commander of the Second Legion. Even though the King Kong wasn't strong enough, he was still a powerful being in the Myriad Kingdom continent. He had experienced a lot of things. Therefore, the Vaja King had no problem training these soldiers. As for cultivation, with Yi Hao's cultivation techniques, the soldiers would not encounter any bottlenecks. There was no need for the King of Vaja to teach them. Therefore, the Vaja King obeyed Yi Hao's instructions, mainly to build up the tacit understanding between the soldiers. Although their improvement was not as terrifying as the First Legion, at least they now knew that their cooperation was not like before, where they only cared about themselves. Furthermore, with the Vaja King's restrictions, the Second Legion was considered disciplined. None of the soldiers dared to make any mistakes. Therefore, the soldiers believed in the Vaja King. Therefore, when they heard the Vaja King's words, the soldiers immediately went to train. The Vaja King stood on the spot, admiration for Yi Hao rising spontaneously in his heart. "How long has it been and your majesty already has such power? Comparisons are odious. What a freak." The Vaja King recalled that when he first entered the ancient demon realm, he was just a lowly figure. On the other hand, Yi Hao had occupied a city not long after he arrived in the ancient demon realm and had 100,000 soldiers under his command. Most importantly, these 100,000 soldiers had all turned from ordinary people into cultivators. Needless to say, they were loyal to Yi Hao. If one were to ask who everyone in the first city admired the most, it would undoubtedly be Yi Hao. Moreover, he only used a few elixirs to raise his cultivation from the 6th Order Demon Guard to the peak of the Demon General realm. When he first came to the ancient demon realm, it took him nearly 100 years to break through to the next order. On the other hand, Yi Hao could make him break through more than a dozen orders in an instant. The Vaja King finally realized that it was not a loss for him to die at Yi Hao's hands back then. He still vaguely remembered that when he first met Yi Hao, He did not take Yi Hao seriously at all. At this moment, he could not catch up to Yi Hao at all. The Vajra king knew that if Yi Hao was allowed to grow, the ancient demon realm would probably be subdued by Yi Hao sooner or later. This was because Yi Hao's growth was simply too fast. He did not doubt that Yi Hao was the reincarnation of some great god. At this moment, a look of determination flashed in the Vajra king's eyes. He must follow Yi Hao closely. Only then could he follow Yi Hao to conquer the world and laugh proudly at the world. Otherwise, he was destined to be eliminated. The Vajra king immediately took out the cultivation method that Yi Hao had given him and began to find a place to cultivate diligently. On the way to Sun Yuancheng, Yi Hao was a little worried and said to the system has summoned me. This summoning quota was a reward from the system after he had subdued the castle of the kings and completed the mission. However, Yi Hao had never used it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak demon emperor Yang Liang. It's Yang Liang. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Hao nodded. Perhaps in the history of Huaxia, Yang Liang's martial strength was not among the best. However, in the ancient demon realm, it depended on one's strength and realm. In the history of Huaxia, Yang Liang was killed by Guan Yu. However, if Yang Liang and Guan Yu were to be together now, Guan Yu would definitely be defeated by Yang Liang in one move. This was the difference between their realms. After all, Guan Yu's current strength was at level 4 of the ultimate martial god realm, which corresponded to level 4 of the demon guards. On the other hand, Yang Liang was already at the peak of the demon emperor realm. Moreover, Yang Liang's cultivation was at the peak of the demon emperor realm, which was enough for Yi Hao to use. After all, the strongest enemy that Yi Hao had encountered so far was only a demon king powerhouse. However, if the two of them were to be at the same realm, Yang Liang would definitely not be able to defeat Guan Yu. Who's there? At this moment, Mu Long shouted from the front. I'm Yang Liang. I've heard that young Master Yi Hao has conquered the first city, so I'm here to seek refuge. At this moment, a burly man's voice was heard. Hearing Yang Liang's voice, Yi Hao realized that the system's summoning reward seemed to have changed. Yi Hao was curious that he was still summoning mortal generals from history. He had not summoned any immortals yet. Yi Hao was thinking about the mission that the system had given him in the past. After he had unified the world of 10,000 kingdoms, he could summon all the generals on earth. Chapter 714. However, Yi Hao knew that even if he asked the system would not tell him. However, what made Yi Hao very distressed was that ever since the soul points and resurrection points came to this world, after killing people and completing missions, the system no longer rewarded him with soul points and resurrection points. Without soul points and resurrection points, it meant that he could not summon a general. Fortunately, although there were no soul points and resurrection points, the system would still reward him with a chance to summon a general. However, compared to the difficulty of summoning a general, it was much more difficult than in the Myriad Kingdom continent. It might be because the world level had increased. My lord, there is a person called Yang Liang in front who wants to join you. Mu Long walked in front of Yi Hao and said respectfully, "Millimeter, let him come over." Yi Hao nodded. "Subordinate Yang Liang greets my lord." Yang Liang walked in front of Yi Hao and bowed respectfully to Yi Hao. Although Yi Hao's cultivation was not as good as his, due to the system, he was loyal to Yi Hao from the inside out. "Millimeter, you will be my personal bodyguard for the time being." Yi Hao nodded. With Yang Liang's current cultivation, he was the most suitable person to protect him. Moreover, during the war, he could not casually arrange a position for Yang Liang. Who is that person? He is actually arranged to be a personal bodyguard. I don't know where he came from, but my lord actually dares to trust him. I don't know how strong this person is. When the time comes, he will still need my lord's protection. When everyone saw that Yang Liang had transformed from a passerby to Yi Hao's personal bodyguard, they began to discuss among themselves. However, they were more suspicious of Yang Liang's strength. Because Yang Liang had been hiding his aura and the difference in strength was too great, everyone could not see through Yang Liang's strength. Therefore, they treated Yang Liang as an ordinary person. Hearing everyone's discussion, Yang Liang did not care at all. He did not put these people in his eyes at all. Yi Hao did not say anything. He believed that when Yang Liang revealed his strength, everyone's suspicion of Yang Liang would turn into worship. Although everyone's cultivation level was not bad, because of the troops and horses, they had to march for 4 to 5 days. My lord, there's still half a day before we reach Sun Yuancheng. Mu Long walked to Yi Hao's side and said respectfully, "How's the situation over at Sun Yuancheng's side?" Yi Hao asked. "According to the report from my subordinates, Sun Yuancheng seems to have discovered us and has locked the door," Mu Long said with a frown. Yi Hao nodded. He wasn't surprised by this news at all. After all, he had more than 10,000 people with him. It would be strange if Sun Yuancheng did not discover him. "Let's rest for a while and prepare to take down Sun Yuancheng in one fell swoop." Yi Hao waved his hand and instructed the soldiers. Hearing Yi Hao's order, the soldiers immediately sat down and rested. They were all nervous and expectant. After all, apart from the First Legion, the remaining 10,000 soldiers had never experienced such a large-scale battle before. Furthermore, some of them had never fought at all. However, the power in their bodies made them fearless. At this moment, Sun Yuancheng's side was also in a state of high alert. "Second Old Master, the people from the first city are still half a day away from us," a general said to Sun Han. Sun Han was Sun Yuan's younger brother. After finding out about Sun Han's death, he immediately took over Sun Yuancheng's authority. "How many people does the first city have?" Sun Han asked. "About 10,000 people, and all of them are fully equipped," the general said with a look of horror. "What? 10,000 people?" Sun Han was shocked and his face was filled with worry. "The first city wants to take down Sun Yuancheng in one fell swoop. What should we do now?" Sun Han knew that there were less than 10,000 soldiers in Sun Yuancheng at this moment. However, the strength of these 10,000 soldiers was slightly insufficient. This was also Sun Yuan's fault. He had given all his resources to the 2,000 elites. The 2,000 elites had been taken away by Sun Yuan. Now that they were all exhausted, Sun Han had nothing to offer. After all, the 2,000 elites were definitely comparable to all the remaining soldiers in Sun Yuancheng. If the 2,000 elites had been destroyed by the first city, what use would his 10,000 soldiers be? "Go and gather all the cultivators in the city. As long as they have a cultivation, gather them on the city walls. If they don't come, kill them without mercy." Sun Han thought for a moment and could only come up with this idea of cutting off all means of retreat. After all, there might not be any powerful cultivators in Sun Yuancheng, but there were at least 80,000 low-level cultivators, if not 100,000. He did not believe that these cultivators could not defeat Yi Hao's 10,000 soldiers if they gathered together. "Second Old Master, this is not good. I'm afraid." The general was shocked when he heard Sun Han's words and quickly tried to dissuade him. The Sun family had dominated Sun Yuancheng for a long time and no one in Sun Yuancheng dared to defy their orders. However, a cornered dog would jump over a wall. At such a sensitive time, it would not be good if they forced these people into a corner and caused some trouble. However, Sun Han did not care about this at all. "What are you afraid of? I don't believe that those trash would dare to rebel." "Yes." Seeing that Sun Han's tone could not be disobeyed, the general could only nod in agreement. And the entire Sun Yuancheng was immediately thrown into chaos. The Sun clan's people were looking for cultivators everywhere. As long as they had some cultivation, they were all chased up to the city walls. As for those people, although they wanted to resist in their hearts, they were unable to do so. However, when they saw the large swords in the hands of these arresting soldiers and thought of the Sun family's methods, none of them dared to disobey. Their eyes were filled with hatred and resentment as they were chased up the city walls. "You all heard it. Normally, my Sun family protects Sun Yuancheng's safety. The Sun family has treated you all well. Now that the enemy has invaded, it's time for everyone to perform. I hope that everyone will do their best to kill the enemy for my Sun Yuancheng." Although Sun Han looked down on these people in his heart, he also knew that he could use them at this moment. Thus, he still had to say what he needed to say. When the crowd heard Sun Han's words, their hearts were filled with disdain. The Sun family had indeed taken good care of them all these years. He took care of them and squeezed them dry of all the money they earned. Not only that, but they were also bullied by the Sun family. However, none of them dared to voice their anger. This was really a good thing in normal times. Who would have thought that at the moment of danger, they would take him away? They were used as cannon fodder. What City Lord Sun said makes sense. At this moment, a person suddenly came from below the city walls. He was very thin and small, so it would be difficult for him to attract the attention of others. However, his loud voice made people unable to help but notice him. Who is it? A general beside Sun Han glared and blocked in front of Sun Han. Chapter 7:15. Hearing the skinny youth's words, the general's expression suddenly changed, becoming abnormally unsightly. Furthermore, even Sun Han had a displeased expression on his face. After all, no matter what, this general was his trusted aide. If this youth didn't give him face, that meant he wasn't giving him face. When the crowd heard the youth's words, they all sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. Even more people looked at the youth with pity. Sigh, this kid is done for. Commander Zhao is a 9th-rank demon general. This kid actually dares to provoke him. Commander Zhao's temper is brutal to begin with. Look at how skinny and weak this kid is. He probably won't even be able to defeat a single finger of Commander Zhao. Who told him to be so reckless? He even dares to provoke Commander Zhao. Everyone discussed one after another. Their eyes when looking at Commander Zhao were all filled with deep fear. The skinny youth's words had thoroughly infuriated Commander Zhao. Kid, you're courting death. Commander Zhao clenched his fist and punched the skinny youth. When everyone saw Commander Zhao attack, they all retreated in fear, afraid that Commander Zhao would accidentally injure them. When Sun Han saw Commander Zhao attack, he didn't say anything to stop him. In his opinion, killing this youth was also a good way to intimidate these trash so that they wouldn't dare disobey his orders. As for the skinny youth, he stood there without moving. He just calmly looked at Commander Zhao who was attacking him. This kid couldn't have been scared silly by Commander Zhao's aura, right? Why doesn't he know how to dodge? Many people looked at the youth who wasn't dodging, their voices filled with worry. After all, most people thought that this skinny youth was just like them. He had been captured by the Sun family. What a pitiful person. Many people couldn't bear to watch and directly closed their eyes. However, the scene of the youth being sent flying by Commander Zhao didn't appear. When Commander Zhao's fist was about to land on the youth's head, the youth suddenly raised his right hand and easily grabbed Commander Zhao's hand. What's going on? Seeing Commander Zhao's hand being grabbed so easily, everyone was stunned. Could this youth also be an expert? Or is Commander Zhao being merciful and unwilling to kill this youth? Die. Seeing that his fist had been caught, Captain Zhao's face changed. However, he ignored the shock in his heart and sent his other fist toward the young man's abdomen. Seeing Captain Zhao's action, the young man snorted disdainfully and kicked out. Before Commander Zhao's left fist could hit the young man, Commander Zhao was sent flying a few meters away, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. So strong. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the young man with fear. If you weren't City Lord Sun's subordinate, you would already be dead. Seeing the resentful look on Commander Zhao's face, the young man said coldly. When Captain Zhao heard the young man's words, although he was extremely displeased, he knew that he was no match for the young man. However, Commander Zhao was puzzled. With his strength, he was definitely ranked in the top 5 in Sun Yuan City. Why had he never heard of this young man before? May I know who you are? Seeing that even Commander Zhao wasn't a match for the young man, Zhongxian couldn't help but ask. Sun Han suppressed the fear in his heart, swallowed his saliva, and asked cautiously. However, he could tell that the young man wasn't here to cause trouble for him. Otherwise, Commander Zhao would have been dead by now. You don't need to know my identity. I'm here on the orders of my young master to help Sun Yuan City tide over the current crisis. The young man glanced at Sun Han. Although his eyes were filled with disdain, His attitude was still considered friendly. "Your young master? But I don't know your young master. Why would your young master help me?" The young man's words made Sun Han even more confused. Although he could tell that the young man was extremely powerful and if he helped him deal with the first city, Sun Han had a high chance of defeating the first city. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't imagine that the young master he knew had a powerful background. After all, the young man was so powerful. The young master behind the young man couldn't be a nobody. "You don't need to know this for now. When it's time for you to know, you'll naturally know." "Yes." Hearing the young man's words, Sun Han didn't dare to ask any further. He was afraid of angering the young man. "May I know how powerful you are, sir?" Although he saw that the young man had won easily, Sun Han couldn't help but ask curiously. "Demon Emperor," the young man said softly. His tone was filled with arrogance and pride. "What?" Although Sun Han was mentally prepared, he had never thought that the young man's strength was much higher than he had imagined. According to his estimation, the young man's strength should be around the peak of Demon King realm. However, he had never expected that the young man had reached the Demon Emperor realm. This made Sun Han even more curious about the identity of the young master behind the young man. If any of his subordinates were at the Demon Emperor realm, how powerful would the family behind him be? At this moment, Sun Han's eyes were glowing because he felt that his opportunity had come. As long as he could hug the thigh of this young master, the rise of the Sun family wouldn't be a problem. He's actually a Demon Emperor expert. Did I hear wrongly? A Demon Emperor expert is actually so ugly. No one can tell that he's a Demon Emperor expert. But, how could a Demon Emperor expert appear in our small Sun Yuan city? Seems like the Sun family has hugged the thigh of this young master. No one will be able to shake the status of the Sun family. Sigh. Seems like our bitter days won't end. That's right. As long as the Sun family rules the Sun Yuan city, we will have to suffer. When the commoners saw that the Sun family had the help of a demon emperor, they weren't happy at all. Instead, they looked melancholy. But no matter what, with the demon emperor expert around, our lives will be saved for the time being. Moreover, even if the Sun family falls, another Sun family will appear. So, let's live as long as we can. That's right. None of these rulers are good. They don't treat us as humans at all. So, it doesn't matter whether the Sun family falls or not. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that with the Demon Emperor expert around, they could at least keep their lives. After all, they had been bullied by the Sun family, but they didn't resist. Wasn't it all for the same purpose of living? After all, it was better to live than to die. There was at least a glimmer of hope if they were alive. If they were dead, there would be nothing left. So, nothing was more important than their own lives. After all, if the young man didn't appear, they would only end up as cannon fodder for the Sun family. With the Demon Emperor expert around, they probably wouldn't need to deal with the first city. So, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 7:16. I'll only help you deal with the first city's cultivators. I won't do anything to those trash. The young man replied disdainfully. These words caused everyone's expression to change. The relief in the hearts of the many commoners also disappeared. Their faces were filled with worry. They had thought that with the young man's appearance, everything would be fine. However, they never thought that the young man would do such a thing. Even Sun Han felt a little displeased in his heart. After all, the commoners alone would not be able to deal with the first city. Therefore, he had to rely on his own soldiers. Therefore, this also meant that his soldiers would have to face death as well. If the young man had helped, this situation would not have happened. He believed that the Demon Emperor would definitely be able to defeat everyone in the first city. However, since the young man had not done so, he did not dare to show his reluctance. After all, the young man was the Demon Emperor. A Demon Emperor should have his own temper and pride. However, as long as the young man could help him deal with the first city's cultivators, that would not be a bad thing. At least he would not have to worry about the rear. As long as the young man could deal with the first city's cultivators, He was 100% confident that he would be able to deal with the first city as well. "Lord Governor, look at the first city's flag." Just then, a soldier cried out loudly, "Follow me out of the city to meet the enemy." Sun Han was not afraid at all as he stared at the flag in the distance. Instead, his eyes were filled with anticipation. Upon receiving Sun Han's orders, nearly 100,000 commoners were chased out of the city. In order to reduce casualties, Sun Han had decisively arranged for his soldiers to stay behind the commoners. I never thought that Sun Han would be so vicious. Isn't he just sending us to our deaths? That's right. Look at his subordinates, which one of them doesn't look pleased with themselves? He's using us as cannon fodder to weaken the first city's battle power. Look at Sun Han's disgusting face. I really wish that I could kill him immediately. Nearly 100,000 people were grumbling softly as their faces filled with fear and panic. However, no matter how soft the voices of 100,000 people were, when mixed together, it was extremely loud and clear. Naturally, it reached Sun Han's ears. "These trash don't seem to be too pleased with you." The young man's face flashed with a disdainful smile as he spoke to Sun Han. "Sir, I've made a fool of myself." Sun Han smiled awkwardly. Then, his face turned cold and he shouted to everyone, "All of you, quiet down. Don't blame this city lord for being merciless if anyone makes a ruckus." The Sun family's deterrence in Sun Yuan City was huge enough. As soon as Sun Han's voice fell, the noisy crowd instantly quietened down. "You must think this through carefully. The members of the first city are cruel and inhumane. Behind you are your loved ones. If you don't fight with all your might, once the members of the first city break into the city, you must think about the consequences." This time, it was clear that Sun Han's words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Initially, due to the fear in their hearts, none of them wanted to fight against the first city. However, at this moment, they had no choice but to muster their courage and fight the first city to the death. After all, their loved ones were in the city behind them, and they needed their protection. They do not know how the members of the first city were like, but they do know that Sun Han was cruel and vicious. If Sun Han were to notice that they had not used their full strength during the battle, it was likely that their loved ones would be the first to suffer after the battle. Sun Han also knew that he had to use a combination of kindness and authority to make these people risk their lives for him. Furthermore, as long as we defeat the first city this time, Sun Yuan City will receive a tax cut for 3 years. No way, is this for real? Hearing Sun Han's words, everyone's eyes lit up. That was because Sun Han's promise was too tempting. After all, aside from being able to barely fill their stomachs, almost all of their earnings had to be handed over to the Sun family. This was also the reason why most people were unable to cultivate. They simply did not have the money to buy resources. As for escaping from Sun Han City, they could forget about it. Putting aside how they would be treated in other cities, the dangers along the way were not something that they could withstand. Furthermore, based on their cultivation level, they would be considered as lower-class people in other cities. They would not be able to avoid the fate of being bullied. However, if Sun Han could really give them a tax cut for 3 years, that would mean that they could save some money to buy resources and improve their cultivation levels. Only by having a strong cultivation level would they be able to raise their status. Just like the Sun family soldiers, they were extremely envious of their treatment. At the very least, they would not have to serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield and die for nothing. Rumble. Just as the crowd was still pondering over Sun Han's words, the first city soldiers had arrived in front of them. Even though they had been prepared for this, they were still shocked. Their brand new armor reflected the sunlight and emitted a dazzling light. Furthermore, all of them were fully equipped and disciplined. They stood on the spot and did not make a single sound. If they closed their eyes, it would be as if there was no one in front of them. However, the murderous aura emanating from these soldiers made Sun Yuanqing's men tremble in fear. Especially the 1,000 soldiers who were wearing different types of equipment. They had unwittingly attracted the attention of everyone in Sun Yuancheng. Fully equipped and disciplined. Is this the first city that is even weaker than Sun Han City? Are you sure that these are the soldiers of the first city and not the soldiers of some large organization? That was the thought running through everyone's mind at this moment. After all, everyone knew that the first city used to be a subordinate force of Sun Yuancheng. Even though they knew that the first city had risen to prominence, they did not believe that the first city had risen to such an extent in less than a month. The battle had not even begun, but the people of Sun Yuancheng could not help but take half a step back. Their eyes were filled with a thick sense of fear. 10,000 peak-level demon guards, 900 first-level demon generals, 100 peak-level demon generals, 10,000 sets of high-grade demon guard equipment. No, that's actually top-grade equipment. There are even 1,000 demon general top-grade equipment. The young man looked at Yi Hao's soldiers and exclaimed in shock. When he had first heard the young master's orders, he had felt that it was beneath his dignity to come over. However, when he saw this scene, he was still slightly shocked. He knew that this was absolutely impossible. This was not something that a low-level city should have. The first city definitely had the support of a large organization behind it. However, after his shock, he immediately returned to normal. After all, he had seen countless formations that were even bigger than this. He was only shocked because he was in a place like this and had seen such a formation. However, Sun Han, who was standing next to him, was shocked and could not help but gulp. Chapter 7:17. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he had expected the first city to be powerful. However, he did not expect them to be so powerful. That was a total of 10,000 demon guards who were at the peak of their power. After all, Sun Yuancheng only had 2,000 demon guards at his peak. As for the demon generals, there were only 200 of them. However, Yi Hao had 1,000 of them and 100 of them were at the peak of the demon generals. Most importantly, Sun Yuancheng would never be able to produce so many elite pieces of equipment even if he was beaten to death. However, when Sun Han looked at this troop, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. If I can kill Yi Hao, these people will belong to me, Sun Han. At this moment, the more Sun Han thought about it, the more excited he became. If he could obtain this troop, his position among the nearby forces would be greatly elevated. He would be able to sweep through all directions and expand the Sun family's sphere of influence. At the thought of this, Sun Han's throat could not help but turn dry. If the young man had not been here, he would probably not even have the courage to fight Yi Hao's men and would have run away immediately. However, now that the young man, the Demon King, was here, his ambition was greatly boosted and he could see the hope of subduing this troop. Sir, please help me kill the first city's cultivators. Sun Han had wanted to save the young man as his trump card for the last moment. However, at this moment, he could not wait any longer. He wanted to kill Yi Hao and the first city's cultivators as soon as possible so that he could gain control of the first city's soldiers. He believed that as long as he could kill Yi Hao and the first city's cultivators, he would have enough confidence to take these people under his command. That was a huge sum of wealth. Seeing the look on Sun Han's face, the young man naturally knew what Sun Han was planning. I want all the equipment, but you can have the people. This. Sun Han did not expect the young man to have designs on the first city as well. After all, if he were to remove these equipment, the combat power of these people would be greatly reduced. However, when he heard the young man's firm tone, Sun Han could only nod in agreement. At the very least, he would be very satisfied with having 10,000 demon guards at the peak of their power. Although Sun Han was still displeased, he still smiled and replied, "What are you talking about, sir? If you've taken a fancy to these equipment, just take them. There's no need to tell me." Hearing Sun Han's words, the young man nodded in satisfaction. You're very sensible. One had to know that the young man was also very covetous of these equipment. Although these pieces of equipment were of no use to him. However, they were valuable because they were all top-grade equipment. If they were sold and found a good market, they would undoubtedly be able to sell them for a large sum of spirit coins. When the time came, he would use the spirit coins to exchange for a set of equipment that he needed. As for Yi Hao's soldiers, he didn't care about them at all. As long as there was no Devil Emperor, he was the king today. At the thought of this, the young man walked to the front of the two armies and said arrogantly, "How dare you call yourself the #1 city? Tell your *T city lord to come out and die. Preposterous. How dare you insult the Lord?" At this moment, a peak demon general walked out. One had to know that in his heart, Yi Hao was an existence that could not be insulted. Moreover, now that his strength had reached the peak of the devil general realm, he also wanted to see how strong he was. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! At this moment, the soldiers of the first city shouted. Obviously, they were infuriated by the young man's words. Sigh, as expected, I haven't cultivated enough. Yi Hao sighed. This was because the thing that he was most worried about had happened. The soldiers' strength had increased tremendously. Each of them had become arrogant and looked down on everyone. One had to know that arrogant soldiers were bound to be defeated. No matter what, one should never underestimate one's enemy. Yi Hao glanced at the young man and realized that he couldn't see through his cultivation. Before he could use his detection skill, Yang Liang said, "This person's cultivation is at the intermediate level of the Devil Emperor realm. Stand down." Yi Hao immediately ordered the soldier when he heard Yang Liang's words. Not to mention the Devil Emperor realm, even a Devil Lord realm expert could easily kill this soldier. However, the soldier was already excited by the cheers of the soldiers. He charged directly at the young man, wanting to kill the young man and gain merit in front of Yi Hao. At the same time, he wanted to show all his brothers his power. The soldier deliberately exposed his cultivation as a peak devil general. Die! The soldier shouted excitedly when he saw that the young man didn't move. He thought that the young man had been intimidated by him. Ignorant ant! The young man snorted coldly and kicked at him. In an instant, the soldier was sent flying and landed in front of Yi Hao's feet. This was a blatant provocation. Trash is trash, the young man said disdainfully as he looked in Yi Hao's direction. When the young man sent the soldier flying with a kick, everyone in the First Legion quietened down. They looked at the soldier who was lying on the ground and vomiting blood. He was clearly on the verge of death. Although the soldier's combat strength wasn't the best in the First Legion, his strength was definitely top-notch. However, he wasn't even able to withstand a kick from the young man. Everyone could tell that the young man hadn't used his full strength. You deserve to die for your arrogance. Since you're my soldier, I'll save you and remove you from the First Legion. Yi Hao glanced at the soldier and then put a Devil General elixir into the soldier's mouth. Good. 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 At this moment, the soldiers of Sun Yuancheng, who were led by Sun Han, immediately shouted excitedly. The commoners of Sun Yuancheng had no choice but to follow suit and shout. After all, they wouldn't have a good ending if they angered Sun Han. Although everyone already knew about the young man's skills, they were still shocked to see him kill a peak devil general in seconds. Are there any more trash? Come out and die. Even though the young man didn't think much of these people, he couldn't help but feel high-spirited when he heard the roars of the tens of thousands of people behind him. The young man glanced at Yi Hao and spoke in a tone full of contempt. At this moment, no one in the first city dared to move forward. Fear was written all over their faces. After all, the young man was too powerful and they knew that they were no match for him. Even Mu Long had a worried expression as he cast his gaze towards Yi Hao. Lord, let me go and kill this man, Yang Liang said to Yi Hao as he cupped his fists. Millimeter. Yi Hao nodded in agreement. After all, besides Yang Liang, no one else was a match for this young man. However, Yi Hao didn't forget to remind Yang Liang, keep him alive. Yes. After receiving Yi Hao's instructions, Yang Liang took his weapon and walked to the front of the two armies. It's him. Can he defeat this young man? I think it's difficult. This young man gives me a feeling that he's even stronger than the Lord. Chapter 718. Haha, another piece of trash has come to die. Looks like everyone in the first city has lost their minds. Can't they see the situation clearly? My lord, kill this reckless fool. When they saw Yang Liang walk out, the soldiers of Sun Yuancheng, led by Sun Han, began to speak. With the young man in charge, they felt fearless. After all, The demon emperor was present. No one could do anything to him. The smile on Sun Han's face grew wider. He did not believe that there was anyone in the first city who could defeat the young man. What is your name? I don't kill nameless people. Yang Liang pointed the weapon in his hand at the young man. Ha 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 ha. The young man looked as if he had heard the funniest joke when he heard Yang Liang's words. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can kill me? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? The young man laughed and said coldly. Ha ha ha. The soldiers of Sun Yuancheng were stunned. They then looked at Yang Liang mockingly. The person in front of you is a demon emperor powerhouse. How dare you boast that you can kill a demon emperor powerhouse? Are you also a demon emperor powerhouse? Everyone thought mockingly. However, the thought that Yang Liang was a demon emperor powerhouse flashed across their minds. This thought was simply too hilarious. Sun Yuan was baffled. They were already shocked that there was another demon emperor powerhouse helping them. They did not believe that the first city would have another demon emperor powerhouse. If there were 2 peak demon emperors in a small place, wouldn't that change the situation? Don't try to talk back. Watch me take your dog head and hand it to my master. Yang Liang's figure flashed and he attacked the young man when he heard the young man's mockery. Shameless boasting. Watch how I kill an ant like you. The young man snorted coldly. However, he did not move from his spot. This was because he still did not take Yang Liang seriously. At this moment, the people of the first city were nervous again as they watched Yang Liang attack the young man. The people of Sun Yuancheng were not worried at all. They believed that the young man's strength could definitely kill the reckless Yang Liang in seconds. Can he do it? Mu Long looked at Yang Liang nervously. He wanted to ask Yi Hao, but he didn't. Yi Hao looked at the young man who was still acting tough. He couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for the young man. If I hadn't let Yang Liang off, I might have been able to live for a few more seconds. But now, I don't even have the chance to escape. Ha! The young man shouted. He wanted to put on a good show in front of everyone. He turned his hand into a claw and grabbed at Yang Liang's weapon. He wanted to humiliate Yang Liang and let Yang Liang know how invincible a demon emperor was. Haha, this is going to be fun. My lord actually wants to seize his weapon. Let's see how he's going to fight Sir without a weapon. TSK, that's because my lord disdains to fight with him. Seeing the young man's actions, the soldiers of Sun Yuancheng laughed as they discussed among themselves. Instead, the young man's actions made the people of the first city even more nervous. After all, if the young man dared to seize Yang Liang's weapon with his bare hands, it meant that he had enough confidence in his strength. Wouldn't that mean that Yang Liang was doomed? At this moment, Yang Liang and the young man clashed amidst the different expectations of the 2 camps. The scene of the young man seizing Yang Liang's weapon didn't happen. Everyone only saw that Yang Liang's weapon had changed its direction unknowingly. It dodged the young man's hand and slashed down from the young man's head. No! The young man realized that he wasn't Yang Liang's opponent at all. Because he couldn't see through Yang Liang's aura, he knew that Yang Liang was at least a few levels higher than him. Could he be a peak demon emperor? How is that possible? The young man roared in his heart with a trace of regret. The young man knew that the difference of 1 level was huge. He was merely a 5th-order demon emperor. At most, he could exchange a few moves with a 6th-order demon emperor before he had to run for his life. As for those above the 6th-order demon emperor, let alone exchanging a few moves, they would have to run away as soon as they saw them. Judging from Yang Liang's aura, he knew that Yang Liang was at least a 8th-order demon emperor because he couldn't see through the cultivation of those above the 8th-order demon emperor. At this moment, the young man really wanted to run away. However, he couldn't dodge Yang Liang's attack because he was suppressed by Yang Liang's aura. He could only watch as Yang Liang's weapon landed on his head. After that, he lost all consciousness. Yang Liang grabbed the young man. He had only used the back of his weapon to knock the young man unconscious. He didn't kill him. He remembered that Yi Hao had asked him to keep the young man alive. Even though the young man was only knocked unconscious, he didn't feel good. Apparently, he had fallen into a deep coma. My lord, I didn't disappoint you. I have captured this thief. Please punish him. Yang Liang grabbed the young man and walked to Yi Hao respectfully. Yi Hao didn't hold back. After all, the young man was a demon emperor. Killing him would definitely give him a lot of experience points. Yi Hao took out his weapon and slit the young man's throat. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 5 demon emperor. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50,000 experience point. Ding dong. Because this is the host's first time killing a demon emperor, the experience points rewarded are doubled. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for gaining a personal growth gift pack. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The host is now a level 9 demon general. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The host is now a level 10 demon general. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. The host is now a level 1 demon king. After leveling up 3 times in a row, Yi Hao couldn't help but feel refreshed. Killing people above my level is still the best. Yi Hao sighed in his heart. Now, his strength had reached level 1 demon king. In other words, his current strength was enough to fight against a demon emperor expert. However, it was only a level 1 demon emperor expert. Nevertheless, Yi Hao felt very satisfied. After all, when others fought, they could only fight opponents 1 or 2 levels above them. Even a genius could only fight opponents 3 levels above them. However, he was able to fight opponents 10 levels above him. That was a big realm. Dead. The demon emperor is dead. How is this possible? This can't be true. It can't be true. The demon emperor expert is a demon emperor expert. How could he die? Yi Hao heard the commotion in Sun Yuancheng and came back to his senses. At this moment, the soldiers of Sun Yuancheng also came back to their senses. Looking at the young man's corpse, their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, the young man's corpse was right here. This was an indisputable fact. They had to admit that it was true. Chapter 719. No, this can't be real. This can't be real. Sun Han was on the verge of going crazy. He shook his head frantically as he looked at the young man's corpse at Yi Hao's feet. The young man was his spiritual support and Sun Yuancheng's hope. He really did not know what Sun Yuancheng would do now that the young man was dead. Furthermore, the young man was a demon emperor. Now that Yang Liang had defeated him with a single move, it meant that Yang Liang was at least a demon emperor and was even stronger than the young man. The strongest person in Sun Yuancheng was only a demon general. How could they deal with a demon emperor? Since Sun Han was already in such a state, the people of Sun Yuancheng were even more flustered. His previous calm and complacent expression had long since disappeared. They looked in Yang Liang's direction with deep fear in their eyes. This was because he was the person who had killed a demon emperor. Furthermore, he was their enemy. How could they not be afraid? Oh my God, this lord is so strong that he could even kill a demon emperor. Sigh, we were really frogs in a well. To think that we dared to doubt the lord's strength. Now I finally know why the lord asked him to be a guard. The lord knew that this person was extraordinary from the start. Seems like the lord has a good eye for talent. We can't compare to him. With such a strong person in our first city, we won't have to fear anyone in the future. Ha. At this moment, the emotions of the two armies were completely reversed following the death of the young man. The people of Sun Yuancheng were filled with fear. They were all glad that the death rate was so low. On the other hand, the people of First City were filled with fighting spirit once again. They looked in the direction of Sun Yuancheng and waited for Yi Hao's orders. All armies, listen up. Attack. Yi Hao saw the situation between the two camps and knew that this was the best time to attack. Hence, he immediately gave the order to attack. Attack. Following Yi Hao's order, the First Legion led by Mu Long charged out immediately. The Second Legion was not to be outdone either. Everyone followed closely behind. At this moment, the soldiers of First City were completely fearless. After all, the strong person of the other side had been killed and they still had Yang Liang. Most importantly, They were fully equipped. This was something that the other side could not compare to. What should we do? I think it's better to run. Even the weakest of them is a peak demon guard. We are no match for them at all. We will be insta-killed with one slash. At this moment, when they saw the soldiers of the first city charging towards them in an imposing manner, the commoners of Sun Yuan City were completely thrown into disarray. They were originally commoners. It was just that they were lucky enough to have a bit of cultivation. However, none of them had any actual combat experience, nor had they undergone any training. They had never been on the battlefield and experienced such a scene. This was like a duck being forced onto a perch, forced onto the battlefield by Sun Han. At this moment, when they saw how ferocious the people of the first city were, none of them had the courage to charge forward. Their hearts were filled with the thought of retreating. Whoever dares to retreat will end up like this. Also, I'll wipe out their entire family. Seeing that the commoners were in a mess and wanted to escape, Lin Fan shouted. Sun Han went forward and killed a few people who wanted to retreat. The crowd's hearts trembled at the sight of this. Besides, Sun Han had threatened their families, so they had nowhere to run. They could only grit their teeth and fight against the first city's soldiers. However, these people didn't have any battle experience to begin with. Moreover, their average strength was only at the first or second level of Infernal Guard. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they were no match for the first city's soldiers. The first city's soldiers became more ferocious as they killed. On the other hand, these commoners were slaughtered like ants. A casual slash from the first city's soldiers would end a life. On the other hand, when their attacks landed on the first city's soldiers, they could not even break through their defenses. Lord Governor, what should we do? Sun Yuancheng's soldiers asked in a trembling voice as they watched the massacre before them. The more they watched, the more terrified they became. Let these pieces of trash delay the first city's soldiers. Let our brothers retreat first. Sun Han knew that he was no match for Yi Hao. Even though he was unwilling, he still gave the order to his subordinates. Upon receiving Sun Han's order, the soldiers felt as if they had been pardoned from a death sentence. They followed Sun Han and secretly left the battlefield. My lord, look. The soldiers behind Sun Yuancheng are escaping. Yang Liang immediately noticed Sun Han's item and reported it to Yi Hao. Follow me and kill them, Yi Hao said to Yang Liang. At the same time, he did not forget to instruct Mu Long, these should be commoners. Tell them not to kill those who surrender. If they resist, there is no need to show mercy. At first, Yi Hao had really thought that the Sun family's reputation in Sun Yuancheng was that good. They had seen so many commoners come out to help when they had attacked the city. However, when he saw that the commoners did not have any fighting spirit, Yi Hao roughly figured out what was going on. Since these commoners had been forced by Sun Han, Yi Hao did not have to kill them all. After Yi Hao instructed Mu Long, he led the 100 peak demon generals and Yang Liang in the direction that Sun Han had escaped in. Your city lord has already escaped. Are you still going to put up a desperate struggle? After seeing that Yi Hao had left, Mu Long immediately channeled his power and spread his voice out. The commoners of Sun Yuancheng finally reacted. They immediately turned around and saw the figure of a soldier from the Sun family. That bastard Sun Han. Never mind that he used us as cannon fodder. At the critical moment, he actually escaped with his own people. That damned Sun Han. I told you that there is no good in the Sun family. Now that Sun Han has escaped, is there a need for us to die in vain? I don't want to fight anymore. We can't beat them at all. It's completely a massacre. Seeing that Sun Han had actually secretly escaped with his people, the commoners of Sun Yuancheng were completely disappointed. All of them wished they could kill Sun Han with their own hands. Moreover, Sun Han's presence had a certain deterrent effect on these 100,000 commoners. At the very least, he could control the situation and make these commoners fight against the people of the first city together. However, after Sun Han escaped, these 100,000 people suddenly lost control and became scattered sand. After Mu Long's strong suppression, these people were finally willing to lay down their weapons and surrender. City Lord, there seems to be someone chasing after us. Sun Han fled desperately. This was because he knew that if he fell into Yi Hao's hands, he would lose his life. After all, as long as there was life, there was hope. He did not want to die. Leave 1,000 men behind to stop them. Don't worry, Sun Han, will definitely take good care of their families. Sun Han was still somewhat reluctant to abandon these soldiers as compared to abandoning the commoners. After all, these soldiers had been groomed by the Sun family with a large amount of resources. Chapter 720. Upon receiving Sun Han's orders, 1,000 soldiers immediately stepped forward. Brothers, there are only 100 people on the other side. Let's fight it out with them. One of Sun Yuancheng's soldiers shouted as Yi Hao quickly caught up with them with his men. You don't know what's good for you. Kill them. Yi Hao said coldly. At Yi Hao's command, 100 demon general-level soldiers moved as fast as lightning and instantly charged in front of Sun Yuancheng's soldiers. Sun Yuancheng's soldiers knew that there was a huge gap between them and their opponents just by looking at their speed. Moreover, dozens of people fell into a pool of blood in just one exchange. The first city's soldiers were like grim reapers who kept reaping the lives of Sun Yuancheng's soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 soldiers were all killed. Even Yang Liang raised his eyebrows. He had not expected Yi Hao to train this batch of soldiers to be so precise in their movements. They did not hesitate at all when they went up to kill the enemy and directly attacked the enemy's vital points. Although Yang Liang had been summoned by Yi Hao, he still had his own thoughts. Continue the pursuit. If he did not kill Sun Han after occupying Sun Yuancheng, he would sooner or later become a scourge if he did not kill him. After all, he would have more and more cities in the future and there would be more and more places to fight. If every force let some of their enemies escape, it would become a huge problem. City Lord, the people behind us are catching up again. Before Sun Han could catch his breath, a soldier reported while panting. What? How can they be so fast? Sun Han's expression changed. He realized that he had underestimated the first city and Yi Hao. Although he knew that the first city's soldiers were powerful, he had heard from his subordinates that Yi Hao had only brought 100 men to chase after him. Therefore, he had sent 1,000 men to stop them. He had not intended to let these 1,000 men stop Yi Hao. He only wanted these men to hold off Yi Hao for a while so that he could have a chance to escape. However, this was not even 1/10 of the time that he had expected. Yi Hao had actually brought his men to catch up with him again. Send another 1,000 men, no, send another 2,000 men to stop them. Sun Han made up his mind and said again. After pondering for a moment, Sun Han gave up on escaping and said, let's not go to Hongtian City. Let's go to Rain City. The Hongtian City that Sun Han spoke of was the protector of Sun Yuancheng. Every year, Sun Yuancheng would have to pay a large amount of tribute to Hongtian City. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Hongtian City was much stronger than his son Yuancheng. Furthermore, Hongtian City was one of the 8 great powers in this region, ranked in the top 5. Normally, no one would dare to offend them. Above these 8 forces was the leader of this region, House Yu. Sun Han was slightly worried. With the strength of Hongtian City, he might not be able to protect himself. Thus, he could only place his hopes on Rain City, which was stronger than Hongtian City. But City Lord, will Rain City help us? Hearing about Rain City, the soldier beside Sun Han could not help but ask worriedly. After all, he had heard of House Yu's reputation. Although House Sun was an overlord in Sun Yuan City, in front of Rain City, they were just ants. Moreover, House Yu was very powerful. Even the 8 great families had to be respectful to House Yu. There were even rumors that the 8 great families were all subsidiary families of Rain City. Now, we can only gamble. If I hand over Sun Yuan City and the other subsidiary cities to House Yu, I don't believe that they won't be moved. One must know that other than Sun Yuan City, House Sun had 3 subsidiary cities, including the first city. Although these 3 cities could not be compared to Sun Yuan City, the profits they earned every year were not small. In addition to Sun Yuan City, Sun Han was confident that House Yu would be moved. But House Yu is very far away from us. We might lose our lives before we reach House Yu. The soldier asked anxiously. Haha, you will understand soon. Sun Han revealed a confident smile. Tell our brothers to hurry up. We can't afford to lose any more of our men. Looking at the less than 5,000 soldiers left, Sun Han felt his heart ache. Another group of foolish soldiers who don't know what's good for them. Kill them. After chasing for a while, Yi Hao saw another large group of soldiers blocking his path. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. With Yi Hao's order, the soldiers rushed forward again. 100 against 2,000. There was no fear on the faces of the soldiers of the First Legion. Instead, they fought bravely. It wasn't only because of their strength, but also because of the demon general equipment they were wearing. Just the defense of this equipment alone was difficult for the 2,000 soldiers to break through. Therefore, these 100 soldiers were like tigers in a flock of sheep. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Yi Hao watched this scene quietly. After all these years of growth, he was already used to this scene. However, he didn't have any mercy for these people. Since they were enemies, they should be killed. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. And these people were still foolishly loyal to Sun Han even when they were about to die. He couldn't let them go. However, what made Yi Hao regretful was that with his current realm, killing these soldiers wouldn't give him any experience. Fortunately, he could still train these soldiers. After all, an excellent warrior had to go through the baptism of blood continuously. Just like these 100 soldiers. If he hadn't used demonic beasts in the forest to train them, their attacks wouldn't have been so smooth. At this moment, it was impossible for their attacks to be so smooth. There were almost no flaws in their coordination. My lord, they changed their direction. Although Yang Liang didn't catch up with Sun Han, he kept his attention on Sun Han. Fortunately, Yang Liang had reached the peak of the Demon Emperor realm. His perception was very strong. Therefore, he could clearly see if Sun Han was making any moves. Let's go. Let's kill Sun Han first. Yi Hao glanced at the crowd that was still fighting. It would probably take a while before it ended. He couldn't help but say to Yang Liang. Then, Yi Hao left the crowd behind and followed Yang Liang. Who is it? Young Master Long of the Yu family is hunting in front. Unrelated people, get lost. Just as Sun Han came to the entrance of the forest, he was suddenly stopped by a group of people. Hearing this person speak, Sun Han instantly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the news he received was true. He heard this news from Sun Yuan. A young master of the Yu family would be coming here to hunt. However, he didn't know if it was true or not. Originally, Sun Yuan wanted to curry favor with him. Who knew that he would suddenly receive orders from a mysterious person to go to the first city to attack Yi Hao. In the end, he died halfway. Although Sun Han didn't know who the mysterious person who was looking for his brother was, he still heard the news of a young master of the Yu family coming here to hunt. And this young master of the Yu family was his life-saving straw. He couldn't wait for Yi Hao to have a conflict with the Yu family. By then, the one who would die would definitely be Yi Hao. Chapter 721. Sun Yuancheng? The guard frowned, wondering if he had heard of this name before. That's right, Lord. Sun Han nodded when he heard the guard call out Sun Yuancheng's name. What bullshit, Sun Yuancheng, I've never heard of him. Leave this place quickly. If you disturb my young master's hunt, you'll suffer. The guard glanced at Sun Han's cultivation. It was only at the demon general level. He himself was at the demon king level, so he didn't put Sun Han in his eyes. Moreover, he had never heard of Sun Yuancheng's name before. Sun Han didn't expect the guard to not give him face, but he didn't dare to offend the guard's identity, so he could only suppress the awkwardness in his heart. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk about my city lord like that? One of Sun Han's subordinates couldn't take it anymore and stood out to shout. You're asking for death. The guard was furious when he heard Sun Han's subordinate's words. No matter what, he was still a member of House Yu of Rain City. How could he be insulted by a small soldier in this remote mountain? One had to know that with his identity, although he was just a guard, his authority was definitely higher than Sun Han's. After all, even if he was easy to provoke, he still had to look at the owner before beating the dog. He had to consider whether House Yu was easy to provoke or not. Therefore, the guard took out his weapon and was about to kill Sun Han's subordinate. Sun Han saw the guard's action and his face changed. He immediately shouted at his subordinate, "How dare you, you don't know what's good for you. Back off, you don't have the right to speak here." Hearing Sun Han's words, the subordinate was depressed, but he still backed off. "Lord, my subordinate is immature, I didn't discipline him well and angered you, please calm down." Sun Han waved his hand and two of his subordinates carried 2 small boxes over. "Lord, this is my apology on his behalf." Sun Han smiled apologetically. Looking at the 2 boxes, the guard couldn't help but glance at Sun Han. He opened the boxes without leaving a trace and was shocked. There were 2 boxes of spirit coins, there were at least a few thousand of them. Although his salary wasn't little, he spent most of it on cultivation. These 2 boxes of spirit coins were worth at least half a year's salary. "How can I do that? Forget it. I'm a magnanimous person. I won't lower myself to his level." The guard waved his hand and put the spirit coins into his space ring. Seeing the spirit coins disappear, Sun Han felt a pang in his heart. However, he couldn't help but sigh at House Yu's strength. Otherwise, how could even a guard possess a spatial ring? It had to be known that the entire Sun family was still unwilling to buy a spatial ring because it was too expensive. Yet, a mere guard from House Yu had an interspatial ring. But thinking about the strength of the guards, Sun Han felt relieved. After all, they were Devil King experts. With the Sun family's strength, they wouldn't be able to afford to sacrifice a Demon King powerhouse even if they beat him to death, let alone get him as a guard. This was because normally, a Devil King expert's consumption of cultivation resources was absolutely enormous. Even Sun Yuan had used up more than half of the Sun family's resources to break through to the Devil King realm. "Why are you looking for my young master?" After receiving Sun Han's money, the guard's attitude became friendlier. "I'm here to give young master a large sum of wealth." Seeing the guard's attitude become better, Sun Han felt better. At least the money wasn't wasted. Large sum of wealth. The guard's eyes lit up, revealing a trace of greed. Sun Han instantly saw through the guard's thoughts and quickly said, "Sir, you won't be able to eat this wealth. Of course, if your young master obtains this wealth, I believe he won't mistreat you." Hearing Sun Han's words, the guard was a little unhappy. But seeing Sun Han's serious expression, he believed it a little. "Wait here, I'll go report to my young master." The guard thought for a moment and said to Sun Han. Then, the guard looked at his companions, "You guys wait here first." Seeing the guard leave, Sun Han was a little nervous. He didn't know if Yu Long would come out. If Yu Long didn't come out, then he would really be finished today. After waiting anxiously for a while, a young man riding a Devil King realm lion came out. When the guards saw this person, they immediately showed a respectful expression. "Young master." All the guards bowed to the young man. "Yes." The young man nodded his head and looked at Sun Han. "You are the city lord of Sun Yuancheng. But isn't the city lord of Sun Yuancheng Sun Yuan? Also, why do you all look so tired?" The young man naturally came here to train. He had a clear understanding of Fang Yuan's strength. Hearing Yu Long's questions, Sun Han immediately answered, "The city lord of Sun Yuancheng is indeed my elder brother. However, a few days ago, my elder brother was killed. Now, my son Yuancheng is being chased by criminals." "Chased by criminals? Who are they? Also, if you are being chased by criminals, shouldn't you go to Hongtian City? Hongtian City is your Sun clan's backer, right?" Yu Long asked with a frown. According to the rules, if an outsider came to attack Sun Yuancheng, Sun Han could directly ask Hongtian City for help. However, if this person was also a subordinate of Hongtian City, then Hongtian City had tacitly agreed to this matter, then there was nothing he could do. After all, Hongtian City was a subordinate force of Clan Yu. However, it wasn't good for Clan Yu to interfere with the internal affairs of other people. After all, A small Sun clan wasn't worth clan you questioning Hongtian City. Young master, this person's name is Yi Hao. I don't know who he is either. This Yi Hao attacked one of the subordinate cities of Sun Yuancheng, the castle of the kings, and changed its name to First City. Now, he is greedy and has come to attack Sun Yuancheng, Sun Han said with a face full of resentment. In other words, this person is behind you. Yu Long asked softly. Sun Han subconsciously nodded his head. Who knew that Yu Long's expression suddenly changed, impudent. Are you trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Are you trying to use me as a tool? Yu Long was a meticulous person. When he saw that Sun Han didn't go to Hongtian City and instead came here to look for him, he immediately guessed Sun Han's intentions. Sun Han's expression changed and he quickly said, Young master, I am giving you a huge fortune. You can't accuse me wrongly. I'd like to hear what kind of wealth is worthy of this young master taking action. Yu Long's face revealed a hint of interest. Young master, when this Yi Hao first came to the castle of the kings, he was alone. However, in just half a month, he managed to train 10,000 peak-level demon guards, 900 demon generals, and 100 peak-level demon generals. Speaking up to this point, Sun Han intentionally paused and glanced at Yu Long. As expected, Yu Long's brows were already knitted together. Chapter 722. A city of that level was lacking in cultivation resources to begin with. Even if there were cultivators, they were basically the disciples of the families. It was simply too difficult for commoners to become cultivators. Moreover, even if they became cultivators, it was incomparably difficult for them to grow. There were very few who could stand out among the commoners by relying on themselves. And for a city of that level like the Castle of the Kings, those who had the strength of demon guards were considered powerhouses. Those who had the strength of a demon general would become the target of competition for various families. And such a city absolutely could not recruit so many peak-level demon guards and demon general cultivators in a short period of time. In other words, these people were really nurtured by Yi Hao in a short few days. But Yu Long could not think of any pill that could allow people to improve so much in a short period of time. And most importantly, these people were not a small number. That was 10,000 people. Could it be that this person is an alchemist? Or did he use some secret method? Yu Long guessed in his heart. Continue. Yu Long looked like he had not finished speaking and gestured. And among these 11,000 people, 10,000 of them are wearing top-grade demon guard equipment, and 1,000 of them are wearing top-grade demon general equipment. What? Where did so many equipment come from? Even Yu Long was somewhat unsettled when he heard this. But Yu Long still asked warily, that person is called Yi Hao? Is it true? Yu Long had never heard of a family with the surname Yi among the major forces in the surrounding area. But Yi Hao was so generous, it was impossible for him not to be a disciple of a major family to take out so many at once. This is absolutely true. Sun Han said affirmatively. He saw that Yu Long was somewhat moved and could not help but rejoice in his heart. Even if you are from a major family, don't blame me for being impolite when you commit crimes in my territory. Yu Long snorted coldly. Young master, there are two people in front. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared behind Yu Long. What strength are they? Yu Long did not expect Yi Hao to come so quickly and asked the old man. One is a first-order demon king, and the other is a peak-level demon emperor, the old man said. Yu Long's expression also changed. There's actually a pinnacle devil emperor? Hearing the old man's words, Sun Han was completely stunned. He had not expected Yang Liang's cultivation to be higher than he had imagined. What shocked him even more was that the old man had instantly sensed Yang Liang's cultivation. There was only one possibility: the old man's cultivation was above Yang Liang's. As expected of a domain lord. Even a follower is an expert above the devil emperor. Sun Han couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As for what realm was above the devil emperor, he didn't know. With his cultivation and knowledge, he only knew of devil emperors. My lord, they seem to have stopped. Something's not right. Yang Liang frowned and said to Yi Hao, "Let's go over and take a look." Yi Hao would not give up so easily since he had already chased them all the way here. 20 Devil Kings and a First-Order Devil Emperor. I can't even see through his cultivation. Yang Liang and Yi Hao arrived in front of everyone. Yang Liang swept his gaze across the group of guards and Yu Long. Finally, his gaze landed on the old man. "You are Yi Hao." Yu Long walked up to Yi Hao and asked contemptuously. With Yi Hao's First-Order Devil King cultivation, Yu Long didn't think much of him. After all, any follower of his was a Devil King. The only person he was wary of was Yang Liang. However, with the old man around, he was still fearless. Hearing Yu Long use the tone of a superior to ask him, Yi Hao's face showed a trace of displeasure, but he did not respond. Yu Long waited for a moment and realized that Yi Hao was ignoring him. He was instantly enraged. "Brat, are you deaf? This young master is asking you a question. If you don't want to die, get out of my way," Yi Hao shouted. His current goal was to kill Sun Han. As for Yu Long, one look and he could tell that he was a young master of some family. Yi Hao simply couldn't be bothered with him. Relying on his family's power and his own cultivation, he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Did he really think that everyone was afraid of him? Ha ha ha, a puny First-Order Devil King actually doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This young master is dying of laughter. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Yu Long couldn't help but sneer. Ha ha ha. Yu Long's laughter brought about a series of mocking laughter. Even the old man shook his head with a mocking smile on his face. "Mph, you still dare to speak to young master Yu like this? Even the heavens won't be able to save you now." Sun Han seized the opportunity and stood out with a cold smile. Hearing Sun Han's words, Yi Hao looked at Sun Han and said in a low voice, "Kill." Seeing Yi Hao's actions, Sun Han's face changed and he shouted anxiously, "Young master Yu Long, save me." "Dog, stop." Yu Long also didn't expect Yi Hao to suddenly attack. Making a move in front of him was like slapping his own face, not giving him any face at all. Yu Long pulled out his weapon and attacked Yi Hao. Seeing Yu Long attack, Yang Liang didn't move. Instead, he kept his gaze on the old man. This was because he knew that his opponent was this old man. No! Sun Han wanted to escape, but his speed couldn't be compared to Yi Hao's. In the blink of an eye, Yi Hao was in front of him. Yi Hao didn't show any mercy and directly chopped off Sun Han's head. Although Yu Long had caught up, he was still a step too late. Ding dong, congratulations to host for killing Sun Han. Congratulations to host for gaining 800 experience points. Ding dong, congratulations to host for killing Sun Yuan Cheng. The system rewards host with 1 Legion gift pack. What a piece of trash. Yi Hao couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw the experience reward for killing Sun Han. However, what surprised Yi Hao was that the system actually rewarded him with 1 Legion gift pack for killing Sun Han. One had to know that what Yi Hao needed the most right now was the Legion gift pack. It was all thanks to the Legion gift pack that he was able to increase the combat power of the 1st and 2nd Legions so quickly. After all, no matter how strong he was, an army was indispensable when attacking a city. However, Yi Hao didn't have time to think about it because Yu Long was already behind him. Gale steps. Yu Long was a First-Order Devil Emperor. Yi Hao didn't dare to underestimate him and immediately dodged. "Dog, you're not a First-Order Devil King. What is your cultivation base?" Yu Long saw through Yi Hao's dodging speed with a single glance. Yi Hao's speed wasn't much slower than his. This was definitely not the speed a First-Order Devil King should have. Yu Long looked at Sun Han's decapitated corpse and his face turned cold. "No matter what your cultivation base is, this young master will kill you today." Rippling Rain Sword. Yu Long roared and directly used a high-grade mystic devil martial skill. Although he had only cultivated the Rippling Rain Sword to the proficient level, he was almost invincible in the same realm. Chapter 723. First Slash. Yi Hao wasn't afraid when he saw Yu Long charging at him. He immediately used his martial technique to meet it. Splatter. As he approached the rain dragon, Yi Hao could vaguely hear some scattered sounds of rain. Yi Hao wasn't surprised. He knew that it was because of Yu Long's martial technique. Then, the two of them collided. Yi Hao felt a huge force coming at him. In an instant, Yi Hao felt as if he was in the middle of rain. Yi Hao didn't dare underestimate it because he knew that Yu Long's raining sword was definitely above his saber. Yi Hao didn't stop. Yu Long was also shocked. He also felt the shadow of a huge saber about to cut him in half, but in an instant, it was repelled by his raining sword. Yu Long also analyzed that Yi Hao's strength was on par with his. But fortunately, Yi Hao's martial technique wasn't as strong as his. Yi Hao's martial technique was still a little inferior to his. If Yi Hao's realm was one level higher, or if Yi Hao had the same martial technique as him, then it would be hard to say who would lose. But now, Yu Long already saw the hope of victory. This was because he could completely rely on his martial technique to suppress Yi Hao until he killed Yi Hao. No, if this goes on, I won't be his match. After a few exchanges, Yi Hao's heart sank as he thought quickly. System, how much more experience do I need to level up? Yi Hao knew that Yang Liang couldn't help him for the time being. After all, the other party's elder hadn't made a move yet. So if he wanted to defeat Yu Long, he could only rely on himself. Host, you still need 30,000 experience points to reach Demon King level 2. The system immediately replied when it heard Yi Hao's question. That should be enough. Hearing this, Yi Hao was delighted. He had already made a decision, following which, Yi Hao and Yu Long clashed. Relying on the impact, Yi Hao immediately retreated. Seeing Yi Hao retreat, Yu Long thought that Yi Hao couldn't hold on any longer. He couldn't help but say smugly, "You dog, you can't hold on any longer, right? You still dare to attack this young master. While this young master is in a good mood, kneel down before this young master, and this young master might spare your life." Hearing this, Sun Han's expression changed. He couldn't wait for Yi Hao to die. He didn't want Yi Hao to live. If Yu Long really let Yi Hao go, then he would be the unlucky one. While Sun Han was feeling nervous, Yi Hao suddenly changed the direction of his attack and attacked Yu Long's guard. The guard's expression changed. It was obvious that he was unable to react in time. Yi Hao and Yu Long fought, and Luoyu was at a disadvantage. Why would they attack them? Could it be that they could defeat Yu Long if they attacked them? Is this kid crazy? Yu Long, Sun Han, and the old man were all dumbfounded. They didn't understand what Yi Hao meant. Even Yang Liang revealed a trace of confusion on his face. Young Master Yu Long, this dog can't be venting his anger on your subordinates because he can't beat you, right? Seeing that Yi Hao didn't admit defeat, Sun Han rejoiced in his heart instead. In his view, the more overboard Yi Hao was, the angrier Yu Long would be. At that time, Yu Long wouldn't let Yi Hao off. And Yi Hao's current actions were exactly what he wanted. Dog, stop for me. Seeing Yi Hao attack his guards, Yu Long stopped him even though he didn't understand. After all, these were all his personal guards. Each and every one of them was also painstakingly groomed by House Yu. How could he bear to let Yi Hao kill them? But why would Yi Hao care about him? He directly slashed at one of the guards. This guard wanted to dodge. After all, Yi Hao was evenly matched with Yu Long. That meant that he was definitely not Yi Hao's match. But he was only a fourth-order Demon King. How could he compare to Yi Hao's speed? Yi Hao raised his hand and swiftly killed the guard. Ding dong, congratulations to Host for killing a fourth-order Demon King guard. Host received 2,000 experience points. As expected, Yi Hao heard the system give him experience points. Indeed, after reaching the Demon King realm, the experience points had decreased greatly. Let's hope that the experience points here are enough for me to level up. Yi Hao roughly looked at Yu Long's guards. There were about 20 to 30 of them. And now, he needed 28,000 experience points. All of you, run. Seeing that one of his guards was instantly killed by Yi Hao, Yu Long was enraged. But he still shouted at the remaining guards. The remaining guards didn't even need him to say anything. Each and every one of them had already fled in all directions. If this young master doesn't kill you, the heavens won't tolerate it. This young master will torture you to death. Yu Long chased after Yi Hao and shouted viciously. But the reply he got was another guard's head that was chopped off by Yi Hao. This time, Yi Hao killed a 6th-order demon king. So, he received 3,000 experience points. Seeing that Yi Hao didn't even bother with him, Yu Long was even more furious. He couldn't help but increase his speed. But Yi Hao seemed to have predicted this. Before he could catch up to Yi Hao, he had already changed directions. Seeing his guards fall from time to time, Yu Long couldn't help but regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let these guards run in all directions. Now, Yi Hao's stage was everywhere. Yi Hao could kill whoever he wanted. In the blink of an eye, 6 to 7 guards had already fallen. This made Yu Long feel like his heart was bleeding. If he didn't kill Yi Hao and obtain enough benefits, then he would really suffer a great loss. When Sun Han saw Yi Hao's invincible might and the guards falling one after another, his heart was filled with anxiety. But Yi Hao was like a loach. He kept a certain distance from him, making it impossible for him to catch up. Sun Han was also shocked. He had thought that Yi Hao was just a demon king and that the real powerful one was Yang Liang. But he didn't expect Yi Hao to be so strong. After all, those were demon king powerhouses. But in front of Yi Hao, they were like little chicks. They didn't even have the strength to resist. The more he watched, the more shocked he was. Sun Han couldn't help but hide in the crowd. Because he was afraid that if Yi Hao suddenly attacked him, no one would be able to save him. Fortunately, Yi Hao's target wasn't him. It was as if Yi Hao only had eyes for those demon king guards. As long as these demon king guards were caught by Yi Hao, they would be killed with a single slash. At this moment, these guards even had the heart to cry. No matter what, they were House Yu's guards. Even in Rain City, they held their heads high and no one dared to provoke them. In a place like this, they didn't even care about the Castellans. How could they have imagined that they would be chased and killed in a place like this? They could only pray that Yu Long would quickly stop Yi Hao. Only then would they have a chance to live. Each and every one of the guards was using all their strength to avoid Yi Hao. Old Wen, save them. Chapter 724. Seeing Yi Hao kill the group of guards, Elder Wen did not want to make a move. After all, his duty was to protect Yu Long. As for the life and death of the group of guards, it had nothing to do with him. However, when he heard Yu Long's order, he had no choice but to make a move. Die. Elder Wen's aura was like a rainbow as a powerful force blasted towards Yi Hao. Oh no. Although this force had not attacked him, Yi Hao felt that he was unable to move. In front of this powerful force, he was like a small boat that could be destroyed at any time. He could not withstand a single blow. Yi Hao could predict that if this attack landed on him, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Is this the power above the Devil Emperor? Yi Hao yearned to have such power. Don't hurt my lord. Yang Liang roared. The moment Elder Wen moved, he also moved and instantly blocked in front of Yi Hao. Yi Hao immediately felt his body relax and asked, Yang Liang, are you confident? Don't worry, my lord. He's just an old thief. Watch me take off his dog head. Yang Liang was a realm lower than the old man. However, through the simple exchange of moves just now, Yang Liang knew that he should be evenly matched with Elder Wen. At this moment, Elder Wen's face was solemn. This was because he realized that although Yang Liang's realm was lower than his combat strength was definitely not lower than his. Then this old man will kill you first. Elder Wen hardened his heart. He could only rely on his combat experience to subdue Yang Liang. However, Yang Liang was not afraid and directly faced him. Seeing the strength of Yang Liang and the old man, Yi Hao's eyes had a trace of envy. At this moment, Yu Long's reaction was faster than Yi Hao's. Seeing that Yi Hao was in a daze, he immediately launched a sneak attack. 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Yi Hao had already noticed Yu Long's actions and suddenly used the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. What kind of flame is this? Yu Long's expression changed. He also instantly noticed the flame in Yi Hao's hand. He felt a dangerous aura from it. You're actually an alchemist. No. Could it be that you're also an artificer? Yu Long recalled what Sun Han had said. He had said that the people of the first city had suddenly experienced an increase in their powers. In his opinion, it could only be the effect of pills. As for the people from the first city, they had all changed into brand new equipment. He couldn't help but suspect that these pills and equipment were refined by Yi Hao himself. Yu Long knew that in this world, only alchemists and artifact refiners possessed this kind of special flame. This kind of flame would grow with the growth of alchemists and weapon refiners. It was also a life-saving method for alchemists and weapon refiners. It would also make alchemists and weapon refiners stronger than ordinary alchemists and weapon refiners. However, there were very few people who could possess flames. Most people could only refine pills and forge weapons in places with fire veins. To be able to possess such a special flame, one had to be at the pinnacle of the ancient demon area. Even House you couldn't afford to be associated with them. He didn't expect Yi Hao to possess such a unique flame at such a young age. This shocked him greatly. This was because those who possessed flames would not be restricted by their location and could refine pills and weapons at any time and place. Such a person would undoubtedly grow to be the highest existence in the world of alchemists and weapon refiners. As for the 10,000 beast spiritual fire in Yi Hao's hands, he was also very envious. One had to know that there was a certain chance of snatching the deviant fire from someone who possessed it. Of course, there was a higher chance that the deviant fire would disappear. However, this had nothing to do with him now. He had to dodge this deviant fire. He didn't doubt the power of this deviant fire. With his guard up, Yu Long easily dodged it. When Yi Hao saw Yu Long dodge his deviant fire, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He gave up on using the deviant fire to kill Yu Long. After all, using the deviant fire would consume too much energy. Moreover, Yu Long's cultivation realm was similar to his. If he couldn't hit Yu Long, it wouldn't be worth it. Seeing the deviant fire brush past him, Yu Long couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He was so close to being burned by the deviant fire. Fortunately, his reaction speed was fast enough. If he was any slower, he would have died here. However, because he was dodging, Yu Long's performance was a little awkward. This made Yu Long even angrier. Dog thing, don't run if you have the capabilities. Fight fair and square with this young master. Yu Long shouted angrily. Run! Yi Hao sneered coldly in his heart. In a while, the one who wants to run will probably be you. Yi Hao calculated his experience points. Right now, he was only lacking 6,000 experience points and he could level up. Therefore, he only needed to kill 3 guards right now, and he would be able to kill Yu Long. Yi Hao ignored Yu Long and focused on killing the guards. 1, 2, 3. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current strength, rank 2 Demon King. Just as Yi Hao killed the 3rd guard, the system's notification sound finally sounded out. After leveling up, Yi Hao directly stopped and turned around to look at Yu Long. Yu Long's figure also involuntarily paused. He did not understand why Yi Hao suddenly stopped. Yu Long was on guard vigilantly. He was afraid that Yi Hao still had some backup plan. You should have chased enough. It's time to rest. As soon as Yi Hao's voice fell, he directly attacked Yu Long. 1 slash. Yi Hao roared. Dog thing, how dare you? Seeing that Yi Hao did not run and instead attacked him, Yu Long was delighted. Swinging rain sword. Yu Long also used swinging rain sword. Today, he would use this swinging rain sword to kill Yi Hao. Good chance. Seeing that Yu Long was coming towards him, Yi Hao suddenly sped up. At the same time, the power on his sword also increased instantly. Seeing Yi Hao's speed, Yu Long only felt his vision blur. Then, his face was filled with shock. How is this possible? You broke through? Now that you know, it's too late. Yi Hao's face flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he slashed towards Yu Long's neck. No. You can't kill me. I'm House Yu's. Before Yu Long could finish his words, his head had already fallen to the ground. If he knew in advance that Yi Hao had broken through, he might not have been killed so easily by Yi Hao. But how could he know that Yi Hao would suddenly break through? Moreover, Yi Hao increased his attack speed when he was close to him. He did not even have the chance to react. Ding dong, congratulations on killing Demon Emperor. Congratulations host for obtaining 10,000 experience point. Congratulations host for obtaining Dark Demon upper rank martial skill, swinging rain sword. It's over, it's over. Young master is dead. Young master is dead. That means we didn't protect him well enough. My life is in danger. Brothers, let's fight this brat. Seeing that Yu Long's head was separated from his body, the remaining guards panicked. Then, all of them rushed towards Yi Hao. Because according to House Yu's rules, if they returned alive after Yu Long died, their fate would be even worse than death. Therefore, the best outcome for them was to be buried with Yu Long, or to kill Yi Hao and avenge Yu Long. Chapter 725. Looking at the remaining guards who didn't know if they were dead or alive, Yi Hao didn't show mercy. He raised his hand and slashed down, turning them into his own experience. My lord. At this moment, the 100 peak demon generals also rushed over. Control these people for me first. Yi Hao looked at Sun Yuancheng's panicked soldiers and ordered. Yes. After receiving Yi Hao's order, more than 100 peak demon generals immediately began to move. Although these 100 people didn't have as many people as Sun Yuancheng, in terms of combat strength, Sun Yuancheng's soldiers were simply no match for them. Therefore, after killing quite a number of people, the 100 soldiers instantly took control of Sun Yuancheng's people. After seeing Yu Long die, Elder Wen suddenly became incomparably furious. His body emitted a strong killing intent. Little bastard, you won't die a good death. This old man will tear you into pieces. Elder Wen directly gave up on attacking Yang Liang and turned to attack Yi Hao. Old bastard, your opponent is me. Yang Liang snorted coldly and directly blocked in front of Elder Wen. Yang Liang didn't expect that Yi Hao, who was at a disadvantage at the beginning, would actually kill Yu Long so quickly. Get lost for this old man. Elder Wen roared and desperately pushed Yang Liang back. He only wanted to kill Yi Hao now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to return to House Yu. Do you think this young master is afraid of you? Seeing Elder Wen's irrational look, Yi Hao shouted angrily. Thinking about how Elder Wen used his cultivation to suppress him, Yi Hao felt unhappy. 10,000 beast spiritual fire. Yi Hao knew that he wasn't Elder Wen's opponent, so he could only use the 10,000 beast spiritual fire. Sweeping rain sword. At the same time, Yi Hao used the sweeping rain sword and followed closely. Even when Elder Wen saw the 10,000 beast spiritual fire, his face revealed an uneasy expression and hurriedly dodged. Seeing that Elder Wen dodged, Yi Hao didn't feel surprised after dying. However, he had already predicted the direction Elder Wen retreated to and used the sweeping rain sword to attack Elder Wen's neck. For someone of Elder Wen's level, Yi Hao knew that attacking other places was useless. Therefore, when he made a move, he had to be ruthless. Little bastard, how do you know House Yu's sweeping rain sword? Elder Wen felt a sense of danger when he couldn't dodge the 10,000 beast spirit fire. He immediately dodged again. Elder Wen touched his neck. There was a small wound there. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. If he had been a second later, his throat would have been slit. At the same time, Elder Wen was shocked. That was because House Yu's martial art. Even he didn't have the right to learn it. Only the core disciples of House Yu could learn it. Moreover, the rippling rain sword was relatively difficult to learn. Only extremely talented disciples could cultivate it. Including Yu Long, there were only 3 people in the entire House Yu who had learned it. One of them was the current area lord, and the other was an elder. Yu Long had learned the rain swaying sword, which proved his talent. His future would be limitless. That was why House Yu sent him to protect Yu Long. Now that Yu Long was dead, one could imagine how serious the consequences would be. Therefore, he had to kill Yi Hao. But what he didn't understand was why Yi Hao also knew the rippling rain sword. Could it be that Yi Hao was also from House Yu? But why hadn't he heard of it before? Kid, are you related to House Yu? Elder Wen held back his anger and asked. What a pity. Yi Hao secretly regretted it in his heart. He was so close to killing Elder Wen. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to kill Elder Wen again. House Yu, that's. Yi Hao looked at Elder Wen, trying to be mysterious. Could he really be related to House Yu? Seeing Yi Hao's expression, Elder Wen was even more suspicious. Yang Liang, do it. Just when Elder Wen focused all his attention on himself, Yi Hao suddenly shouted. Yang Liang took the opportunity and attacked Elder Wen. You bastard, you tricked me. Elder Wen knew that he was tricked by Yi Hao. 10,000 beast spiritual fire. Seeing Yang Liang's attack, Yi Hao immediately used the 10,000 beast spiritual fire. Being attacked from the front and back, even Elder Wen couldn't stay calm. Elder Wen's dodging showed that he was panicking. Although he tried his best to avoid the 10,000 beast spiritual fire, Elder Wen's right arm was still sent flying by Yang Liang. Elder Wen knew that he couldn't stay here for long. If he stayed, he would be at risk of dying. After making up his mind, Elder Wen turned and left. He didn't even take Yu Long's body with him. House Yu won't let you go. Just you wait, suffer House Yu's anger. Elder Wen roared with hatred. Old bastard, you want to escape. Seeing that Elder Wen was about to escape, Yang Liang wanted to chase. Yang Liang, no need to chase. Seeing Elder Wen's back, Yi Hao knew that it was better not to chase after a cornered enemy. Even if Yang Liang caught up, he might not be able to defeat Elder Wen. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Yang Liang could only stop. Lord, what about these people? Yang Liang's gaze swept across the remaining soldiers of Sun Yuancheng. These soldiers didn't have any intention to resist. After all, they saw how strong Elder Wen was. But even such a strong Elder Wen was defeated by Yi Hao and Yang Liang and escaped. They didn't think that they were as strong as Elder Wen. Investigate these people's backgrounds. Based on their mistakes, kill them if it's serious. Cripple their cultivation if it's light. Yi Hao looked at the crowd and said. Yi Hao knew that these people were able to follow Sun Han and escape without caring about their lives. This meant that they had a deep relationship with Sun Han. Even if they didn't do anything wrong and didn't kill them, they couldn't keep their cultivation. Otherwise, they would be raising a tiger. When Yi Hao's words fell, most of the people's faces turned ugly. This was because they were soldiers of the Sun family. Usually, in Sun Yuan City, it could be said that they committed all kinds of crimes and bullied many commoners. If they followed Yi Hao's orders, only a few of them would be able to live. The rest would be executed. They finally regretted it now. This was retribution. It wasn't that they didn't want to take revenge, but it wasn't time yet. They never thought that Sun Yuancheng would be finished just like that. Because to them, as long as Sun Yuancheng didn't fall, they could do whatever they wanted in Sun Yuancheng. Lord, please spare our lives. Lord, we know we were wrong. Please don't kill us. Lord, I can do anything for you. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to even cripple my cultivation. Suddenly, there were overwhelming pleas for mercy. In their eyes, Yi Hao was their master and could control their life and death. Take them back. Yi Hao ignored these people and had a serious look on his face. He did not think that this kind of thing would actually happen on the way while pursuing Sun Han. Looking at Yulong's skills, he knew that the power behind him wasn't weak. However, Yi Hao didn't regret killing Yulong. After all, if he didn't kill Yulong, he would be the one to die. Chapter 726. When Yi Hao returned to Sun Yuan City, the entire city was already under Mulong's control. My lord, I've investigated thoroughly. These captives are ordinary citizens of Sun Yuan City who were threatened by Sun Han to be cannon fodder, Mulong said as he walked up to Yi Hao. Millimeter. Yi Hao nodded. Looking at the 100,000 captives, he thought for a moment and said, Everyone, I'm Yi Hao, the city lord of the first city. In the future, Sun Yuan City will cease to exist. It will be renamed the second city and will be under my name. It will be under my jurisdiction. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone lifted their heads and looked at Yi Hao curiously. He's the city lord of the first city. How can he be so young? He's really young. This is unbelievable. I heard that Sun Yuan and Sun Han died in his hands. Those two bastards deserved to die. I just don't know how this person will deal with us. Everyone looked at Yi Hao in shock. Everyone had heard of Yi Hao's reputation. Sun Han had described him as ruthless, cruel. However, this was completely beyond their expectations. To be honest, I'm preparing to build an army in the second city. You can sign up. Of course, those who don't want to join the army can go home now, Yi Hao said to the crowd. Did I hear wrongly? I can go home so easily. Isn't he going to torture us? I thought he was going to make me a slave. This city lord doesn't seem to be as cruel and heartless as they say. When the crowd heard that they could go home safely, they were all very excited. Immediately, many people in the crowd stepped forward and started to walk towards the city. At first, not many people dared to leave. However, as time passed, they realized that Yi Hao really didn't care about them. Their faces were filled with joy and more people left. Although many people left, only 1/5 of the total number of people left. In other words, there were about 70 to 80,000 people who didn't choose to leave. These people stared eagerly at the equipment worn by the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions. It was worth noting that there were quite a number of cultivators among them who were slightly stronger than the members of the 2nd Legion. Sir, if we join the army, can we also obtain such equipment? Sir, are there any benefits for us to work for you in the army? Sir, we can join the army, but we definitely won't harm ordinary people. Can you do that? Everyone started shouting at the same time. Suddenly, a deafening voice rang out. After all, there were 70 to 80,000 people speaking at the same time. All of you, rest assured. Our swords will only be aimed at the Avilders and enemies. We will absolutely not aim them at our own people. Hearing those people's words, it was not difficult to tell that the majority of these people were simple and honest people. Yi Hao didn't mind and promised. After all, Yi Hao would never go easy on his enemies and bad guys. However, if they were to oppress their own people, how different would they be from Avilders? What Yi Hao wanted to do was to be a tyrant in the eyes of his enemies and bad people, and to be a benevolent soldier in the eyes of his subjects. Good. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone felt their blood boiling and they all shouted loudly. After all, they were all people who had been bullied before. Naturally, they knew how it felt to be bullied by others. Therefore, Yi Hao's promise naturally won the hearts of many people. Moreover, as long as you join the army, you can choose your cultivation techniques and martial techniques. The equipment will be distributed according to your strength. Everyone can have one set. Yi Hao continued to bombard everyone. If it was before, Yi Hao wouldn't have dared to say this. However, when Yi Hao killed Sun Han, he received an army gift pack. After opening it, he received another 100,000 sets of Demon Guard's supreme grade equipment. However, unlike the previous time, Yi Hao also received 10,000 sets of Demon General supreme grade equipment. It was 10 times more than the previous time. Moreover, there were an additional 1,000 sets of Demon King supreme grade equipment. Similarly, there were plenty of aptitude elixirs and strengthening elixirs. This made Yi Hao excited for a long time. However, he could also see that the system was generous. The system wanted him to build an army of 100,000 in the second city. However, since the system was so generous, Yi Hao naturally didn't reject it. After all, the more the system gave him, the stronger his army would be and the stronger his strength would be. One could imagine that once the army of 200,000 was assembled, no other city forces of the same level would dare to go against him. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission. The number of soldiers under your command has reached 200,000. Mission completion reward, Army Growth Gift Pack. Mission duration, 3 days. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Looks like I'll be busy again. Yi Hao was tired but happy at the same time. Originally, he wanted to leave the matter of the Third Army to Mulong. It looked like he had no choice but to do it himself. Yi Hao had already made up his mind to name the army formed by the cultivators of the second city the Third Army. However, Yi Hao didn't expect the pace to be so fast. After all, the first and second armies were formed so quickly. They were completed in just a few days. Yi Hao still wanted to take his time to choose the Third Army. After all, the overall quality and strength of the people of the second city were much stronger than the people of the first city. Therefore, Yi Hao didn't have to worry about recruiting 100,000 people. The worst thing was that he didn't have enough manpower now. The 10,000 soldiers that he brought had all been deployed to protect the second city and hunt down the remaining members of the Sun family at the same time. Now, he couldn't transfer any manpower at all. Moreover, the people of the second city were stronger than the people of the first city. Therefore, it was much harder to control them. Moreover, Yi Hao's army was built with long-term considerations in mind. He didn't want to accept anyone into the army just to complete the mission. That would be deceiving himself and others. Yi Hao would never do that. Therefore, Yi Hao would never accept the old, weak, sick or disabled. Otherwise, he would be irresponsible to himself. Among the remaining people, excluding the old, weak, sick and disabled, there would probably be 2/3 of them left. Therefore, even if he accepted all the people in front of him, there would only be less than 50,000 people. Therefore, the mission was very heavy. Yi Hao still had to recruit those who didn't have the strength from the second city to join the army. However, to Yi Hao, it didn't matter whether they had the strength or not. After all, he had the aptitude elixir and strengthening elixir. Even if they didn't have the strength, as long as they weren't retarded, Yi Hao was confident that he could make them stronger. Right now, the second legion was the best proof. One must know that the 100,000 people in the second army were all ordinary people. Now, 10,000 of them were peak demon guards. The remaining people were all cultivators. Their combat strength was much stronger than before. Chapter 727. My lord, Master Bai is here, Mu Long said respectfully as he walked up to Yi Hao. Just in time. Yi Hao was overjoyed. The white dragon had come at the right time. After all, he was currently recruiting soldiers and needed manpower. White dragon pays his respects to my lord. The white dragon suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed respectfully to Yi Hao. He had originally planned to lead these 10,000 soldiers and help Yi Hao attack Sun Yuancheng. However, he had not expected to receive news that Yi Hao had already subdued Sun Yuancheng. This was Sun Yuancheng, not the castle of the kings. The area of Sun Yuancheng was at least 3 times larger than the castle of the kings. That meant that he was even more powerful. However, Yi Hao was still so powerful that he had subdued Sun Yuancheng within a short period of time. The white dragon looked at the 50,000 to 60,000 captives obediently gathered here. The white dragon was even more curious as to how Yi Hao had done it. Uncle White, you don't have to be so polite. Yi Hao quickly helped the white dragon up with a smile and said to the white dragon, Uncle White, I plan to recruit another 100,000 soldiers. What? The white dragon almost lost his balance and fell when he heard Yi Hao's words. Recruit another 100,000 soldiers. The white dragon felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. After all, Yi Hao already had 100,000 soldiers under his command. This was already shocking enough. After all, the small castle of the kings, with a population of only 400,000 to 500,000, had 100,000 soldiers. This was definitely something that other cities could not do. However, Yi Hao was still not satisfied and wanted to recruit another 100,000 soldiers. The white dragon could not help but look deeply at Yi Hao. He could tell that Yi Hao's ambition was greater than he had imagined. However, the white dragon looked worriedly at Yi Hao. My lord, do we still have that many resources? One had to know that the expenditure of 100,000 soldiers was not a small sum. To put it simply, if everything else was thrown away, it would be equivalent to having an extra 100,000 mouths to feed. Furthermore, since they were recruited soldiers, they should be treated equally. Both the 1st and 2nd legions had their own equipment. No matter how bad the 3rd legion was, everyone should at least have a set of equipment. The White Dragon didn't believe it. Yi Hao had already taken out so many pieces of equipment. How could he possibly take out more? Uncle Bai, you don't have to worry about resources. The resources accumulated by the Sun family are enough to feed these 100,000 soldiers, Yi Hao said with a smile. After all, the Sun family had dominated Sun Yuan City for so long. The wealth they had accumulated was dozens of times more than what Yi Hao had taken over the first city. With this wealth, not to mention feeding 100,000 people, even feeding 500,000 a year wouldn't be a problem. However, Yi Hao was not going to sit back and do nothing. He still had to attack other cities, so there was an endless supply of resources. But Lord, what about the equipment? The White Dragon asked cautiously. Uncle Bai, don't worry. I've already prepared it, Yi Hao replied with a smile. Prepared? It's ready. The White Dragon gulped. Since Yi Hao said that he would recruit another 100,000 soldiers, it meant that Yi Hao had prepared at least 100,000 sets of equipment. The White Dragon found it hard to imagine where Yi Hao had gotten another 100,000 sets of equipment. Over the next 3 days, Yi Hao successfully recruited 100,000 soldiers. The loyalty of these 100,000 soldiers naturally reached a level that Yi Hao was satisfied with. The White Dragon looked at the 100,000 soldiers who had been fully equipped. The White Dragon finally realized that Yi Hao had really prepared 100,000 sets of armor. Moreover, the White Dragon could easily see that among these 100,000 sets of armor, there were as many as 10,000 sets of Demon General Supreme Grade armor. These 10,000 sets of equipment were naturally exchanged by Yi Hao for the 10,000 peak Demon Generals of the 2nd Legion. The soldiers of the 1st Legion were also equipped with Demon King Supreme Grade equipment. What surprised the White Dragon was that Yi Hao was not stingy and gave him a set of Demon King Supreme Grade equipment. The White Dragon looked at the equipment on his body and his heart was filled with excitement. Before he met Yi Hao, he did not even dare to think about Demon King Supreme Grade equipment, let alone wear it one day. Even Sun Yuan had probably never worn such equipment before. As Yi Hao's subordinates, you have to fulfill your duties as soldiers in the future. You must not show any signs of breaking the rules. Yi Hao stood in front of these 100,000 soldiers and set the rules for them. After all, nothing could be accomplished without rules. In an army, there had to be rules. An army was the soul of a country. If they could not even manage an army well, they would not be able to manage a country. Moreover, most of these 100,000 soldiers were used to being free and undisciplined, so they needed to be restrained by military law. Since the 3rd Legion had just been established, Yi Hao had issued very strict military rules in order to intimidate the soldiers. After all, everything was difficult at the beginning. If they did not lay a good foundation at the beginning, they would be done for in the future. Everyone listened obediently to Yi Hao's words. Not a single one of them stepped forward to resist. This was because they realized that although Yi Hao's military discipline was very strict, it was indeed for the sake of the people, for the army, and for the sake of the overall situation. It was unlike those large family clans and forces, who instilled in everyone that they had to be loyal to their orders. None of them cared about the lives of ordinary people. These 100,000 soldiers were basically ordinary people. Naturally, they were very supportive of Yi Hao's military discipline. My lord, you are really different from other rulers. If this world belongs to you, my lord, then there shouldn't be such pitiful people. I'm really looking forward to it. If this world belongs to you, my lord, then there won't be so many bad people. I reckon that if the world belongs to you, my lord, then there will be peace. At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling as they listened to Yi Hao's military rules. Everyone, I am preparing to establish an academy. At this moment, Yi Hao finished talking about military discipline. Just when everyone thought that it was over, Yi Hao's words attracted everyone's attention again. Establish an academy? When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, they were both curious and puzzled. And even more people were shocked. This was because in the ancient demons, academies represented the country. And behind every academy stood the country. And academies were meant to nurture talents for the country. This was the difference between academies and sects. If Yi Hao wanted to establish an academy, wouldn't that mean that he was going against the country? Moreover, academies were only for the children of large families or the children of high officials and nobles. Even if Yi Hao established an academy, it would not have much to do with them. After all, they were ordinary people. Although they had become soldiers now, they did not believe that Yi Hao would let their children enter an academy to study. And Yi Hao's next words made everyone feel as if they were living in a dream. Chapter 728. What? Are you kidding me? Choose from our children? Does that mean that our children can also go to the academy, receive a good education from a young age, and become cultivators? Most importantly, you didn't hear that the Lord actually said that he doesn't want tuition fees. Who can tell me if this is a dream or not? Yi Hao's words caused the 100,000 soldiers to instantly boil over. Living in the ancient demon domain was a place where the strong were respected. The stronger one was, the higher one's status. If one were to say what these people yearned for the most, it would be to possess strength and continuously become stronger. However, as ordinary people, they could barely feed their families and didn't have the resources to enter the academy and receive formal education. Moreover, it would be even more difficult to enter a sect to study. This was because the first consideration in a sect was talent. The second consideration was still to contribute resources to the sect, unless one's talent was heaven-defying. However, without exception, whether it was to enter the academy or the sect, the resources and money that they had to pay were all things that they couldn't afford. Therefore, it proved that they were not fated to enter the academy or the sect. If nothing unexpected happened, they would have to live the rest of their lives muddling along. However, they didn't expect that Yi Hao would accept them as his subordinates. The cultivation resources that Yi Hao gave them were things that they didn't even dare to dream of. No matter what, their lives now were more than 100 times better than before. Moreover, they were also regular soldiers of the army. It was better than living the muddling life of the past. As long as they had the opportunity and fought bravely on the battlefield, it wasn't impossible for them to be conferred the title of Marquis. Anyway, at least they saw a glimmer of hope in their lives. However, they didn't expect that this surprise was far from over. Yi Hao was actually preparing to establish an academy, and the students that he would recruit were their children. How could they not be excited? After all, who didn't want their children to become dragons and phoenixes? Moreover, what surprised them the most was that they didn't have to pay to enter the academy. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yi Hao with eyes filled with nothing but admiration. They felt that Yi Hao was sent by the heavens to save them. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission, establish an academy, recruit 100,000 students. Upon completion of the mission, the host will be rewarded 100,000 low-level cultivation techniques, 3,000 military manuals, and 1,000 instructors. Their strength will be equal to that of a demon emperor. Reward a demon venerable expert. Reward, 1 low-grade fire vein, 10,000 alchemy furnaces, 10,000 crafting rooms. The rewards are so generous. Yi Hao was excited when he saw the rewards from the system. This was because he had never seen the system being so generous. Putting everything else aside, just the 1,000 Demon Emperor instructors were enough to ensure that no one could shake the Academy's position. Moreover, the system had also rewarded him with a Demon Sovereign. If he was not mistaken, this Demon Sovereign would have a cultivation level above the Demon Emperor realm. Furthermore, he was rewarded with an inferior fire vein. One had to know that there was only one inferior fire vein in the entire Qianyuan kingdom, and that was in the Qianyuan Academy. Most importantly, Yi Hao looked at the rewards from the system. The system wanted to nurture talents in all aspects for him. Military, alchemy, artifact forging. Basically, the system had considered all professions. Originally, Yi Hao had been worried about the establishment of the academy and the follow-up work. After all, it wasn't as if he could just take in the students after establishing the academy. He still had to teach and nurture these students. The follow-up resources were definitely not easy to gather. Originally, Yi Hao had planned to establish the academy first and then slowly recruit instructors and students to expand the academy. However, the system had given him this task. It was like a heavenly melody. As long as he recruited 100,000 students, he wouldn't have to worry about the follow-up work at all. The system would take care of it for him. He could do it in one go. My lord, then when can our children join the academy? That's right, my lord. When can we sign up? I'll be the first to sign up. How many students does my lord want to recruit? At this moment, many people were already thinking about signing up. However, even more people were worried about the limited number of places. Everyone, don't worry. The academy will recruit 100,000 students, Yi Hao said when he heard the discussions. What? 100,000? My lord, how is the allocation of the academy? Many people didn't look happy when they heard Yi Hao. Instead, they looked worried. After all, the strength of an academy wasn't determined by the number of students. It was also related to the strength of the instructors. After all, the stronger the instructors were, the stronger the students would be. If a teacher wasn't an unrated teacher, then how good could the students he taught be? He would just be misleading the students. Apart from the instructors, the cultivation techniques were also essential. At this moment, many people were worried about whether Yi Hao could find so many instructors and cultivation techniques. After all, Yi Hao's appetite was too big. He wanted to recruit 100,000 students. One should know that the total number of teachers and students in Qianyuan Academy was estimated to be 100,000. This was because Qianyuan Academy had developed for thousands of years and had the support of the Qianyuan kingdom. However, Yi Hao wanted to establish an academy with 100,000 students. Wasn't that going against Qianyuan Academy? Many people were even worried that Yi Hao was biting off more than he could chew. Even Mu Long and the White Dragon were looking at Yi Hao in shock. Establishing an academy was what they wanted to see. It wasn't just to send their next generation to study in the academy. Moreover, the talents nurtured by the students were nurtured for Yi Hao's sake. They had already grown up and were Yi Hao's strength. However, even they felt that Yi Hao was too arrogant. However, as Yi Hao's subordinates, they also knew that they couldn't speak casually on such an occasion. Otherwise, it would hurt Yi Hao's reputation. Everyone, don't worry. The instructors of the academy will be allocated 1,000 demon emperors and 1 demon supremacy. Yi Hao also knew what everyone was worried about. He directly threw out a heavy bomb. 1,000. 1,000 demon emperors? Did I hear wrongly? This was the thought in everyone's mind at this moment. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yi Hao in shock. Even though their loyalty to Yi Hao was unquestionable, they couldn't believe Yi Hao's words at this moment. After all, those were demon emperors. In their eyes, they were godlike existences that couldn't be reached. Those weren't cabbages. It wasn't as if one could just casually grab a bunch of them. How could everyone believe this? After all, the strongest Sun Yuan in Sun Yuan Cheng was only at the Demon King level in the past. Everyone already felt that they couldn't fight against him. However, these were demon emperors who were even stronger than demon kings. Moreover, there were 1,000 of them. If Yi Hao really had 1,000 demon emperors, he didn't need to care about the 8 big families under House Yu at all. Moreover, who was Yi Hao to be able to find 1,000 demon emperors? Chapter 729. Uncle White Dragon, Mu Long, you two will be in charge of recruiting students from the first and second city, Yi Hao said to White Dragon and Mu Long after leaving the military camp. But Lord, where should we set up our academy? Mu Long suddenly asked. Yi Hao couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He really hadn't thought this through. Where do you think we should set up our academy? Yi Hao suppressed the awkwardness in his heart and asked the two of them. The two of them blushed with shame. After all this time, Yi Hao hadn't even decided on the academy's location. Lord, why don't we set up our academy here? This is definitely an excellent location. White Dragon took out the map and suggested. Yi Hao looked at the location on the map. The back of the city was facing the magical beast forest. It could be said that it was a natural training ground. The front was the second city and the side was the first city. Most importantly, this location was very spacious. Yi Hao looked at the location and was very satisfied. However, Yi Hao immediately frowned. What's up with these three cities? Yi Hao realized that there was a city on both sides of the first and second city. Moreover, there was another city in between the first and second city. These three cities could be said to be a pincer attack on the first and second city. This was something that Yi Hao couldn't tolerate. After all, how could he allow a fierce tiger to sleep beside his bed? Lord, this is what I'm worried about. Among these three cities, you don't have to worry about Zhujiang City. This Zhujiang City is the same as the previous castle of the kings. It's under Sun Yuancheng's management. However, the troublesome ones are these two cities. White Dragon pointed at the three cities on the map and said. Yi Hao nodded and motioned for White Dragon to continue. It turned out that the remaining two cities were Black Wind City and Meteor Trail City. These two cities were brother cities and were controlled by the same family. Their overall strength was stronger than the previous Sun Yuancheng. However, this didn't mean much. What was important was that these two cities were subordinate cities of Hongtian City. Furthermore, the difference between Sun Yuancheng and Hongtian City was that Sun Yuancheng had completely relied on Hongtian City to back him up, while Hongtian City had obtained benefits from Sun Yuancheng. Between the two, it was completely similar to the form of protection fees. As long as the disaster was imminent, they would fly away separately. As for the He clan that controlled Black Wind City and Meteor Trail City, they did not only have such a relationship with Hongtian City. Most importantly, in recent years, the He clan had been sending young and beautiful women to Hongtian City to marry into the Hong clan. Regardless of the man's status in Hongtian City, as long as he was a member of the Hong clan, the He clan would not let him off. Thus, if something were to happen to the He clan, Hongtian City would not sit idly by. No one can stop me from establishing the academy. Whether it's the He clan or Hongtian City, I will destroy them all, Yi Hao said domineeringly. Yi Hao would not give up on establishing an academy just because of Hongtian City. After all, it was related to the rewards. Putting everything else aside, just the 1,000 demon emperors would be enough to wipe out Hongtian City. Yi Hao would not cower just because of Hongtian City. Mu Long and the White Dragon looked at each other. They were finding it harder and harder to see through Yi Hao. This was because in their eyes, Yi Hao seemed to be really fearless. However, Yi Hao's next sentence almost made the two of them kneel down in fear. Not to mention Hongtian City, I have just killed that so-called domain lord, the young master of the Yu clan. Yi Hao thought about Yu Long's identity. He was definitely stronger than the Hong clan. After all, the Yu clan was the domain lord, while Hongtian City was just one of the 8 great clans under the Yu clan. Yi Hao had even offended the Yu clan. Thus, he did not mind offending Hongtian City. What? Domain lord? Hearing Yi Hao's words, the White Dragon and Mu Long were so frightened that their faces turned pale. One must know that in their eyes, the domain lord was definitely the overlord of the domain. He was the local tyrant of the domain. As long as the domain lord gave the order, no matter which city he wanted to destroy, that city would not have a chance to survive. One must know that there used to be 13 great clans in the Rain domain. It was because 5 of the great clans disobeyed the orders of the Yu clan. In one night, the 5 great clans were completely annihilated. Since then, no one dared to doubt the position of the Yu clan. The remaining 8 great clans became even more obedient towards the Yu clan. However, Yi Hao actually dared to kill the young master of the Yu clan. That was openly going against the Yu clan. According to the temper of the Yu clan, in order to protect their dignity, they would definitely not let Yi Hao go so easily. May I know the name of the person master killed? How strong is he? The White Dragon was already sweating profusely as he asked carefully. Yi Hao looked at the pale-faced white dragon, and Mu Long Yi Hao did not expect the Yu clan to have such a strong deterrent force. It actually made the white dragon and Mu Long's expressions change. However, Yi Hao still said, "This person is called Yu Long. He is a level 1 demon emperor. He has a demon supreme as his bodyguard." The white dragon had never heard of Yu Long's name before, but after hearing Yi Hao's description, he said with certainty, "This person must be a direct descendant of the Yu clan. I think we're in big trouble this time. After all, how could a person who had a demon supreme as his bodyguard have a low status in the Yu clan? Moreover, Yu Long was already a level 1 demon emperor at such a young age. This meant that Yu Long's talent was not bad. He must have been heavily nurtured by the Yu clan. How could the Yu clan let something like this happen to a disciple of the Yu clan? Alright, let's not talk about this. You two are in charge of recruiting students. At the same time, gather the craftsmen and prepare to build the academy." Yi Hao did not want to talk about this. In his opinion, he had to deal with whatever came his way. It was useless to think about this now. It was more practical to complete the mission given by the system. If there were 1,000 demon emperors to help, even the Yu clan would have to think twice. Yes. The white dragon and Mu Long nodded. They felt more and more that they could not see through Yi Hao's heart. To be able to offend the Yu clan and still focus on building the academy, only Yi Hao could do it. If this happened to anyone else, they would be frustrated and thinking about how to deal with the Yu clan. The two only looked at each other after Yi Hao left. "Old Master White, what do you think the Lord's identity is? And the 1,000 demon emperors the Lord mentioned, are they real?" Mu Long looked at the white dragon and asked. The white dragon shook his head and smiled bitterly. "This old man is blind. I can't see through the Lord's identity at all. As for the 1,000 demon emperors, I don't even know. If there really is 1,000 demon emperors, we don't have to be afraid of the Yu clan." Mu Long murmured. Thinking about how Yi Hao had 1,000 demon emperors under his command, Mu Long's eyes burned with passion. But, that's 1,000 demon emperors. Are there really that many demon emperors in a place like this? The white dragon was still in disbelief. Chapter 730. Hey, have you heard? That city Lord Yi is going to recruit students, and he wants to recruit 100,000 students. I've heard about it long ago, and these 100,000 students don't even have to pay tuition fees, and there are 1,000 demon emperor instructors to teach them. What? Was this real or fake? 1,000 demon emperor instructors. Did you hear wrongly? How could I have heard wrongly? I have a friend in the Third Army, and he told me personally. But can there really be 1,000 demon emperor instructors? And they don't even have to pay tuition fees? Could it be a scam? Who cares if it's a scam or not? It's better to believe it than not. What if it's true? And with our poor looks, what's there to be scammed? Also, you saw the equipment of the Third Army, and you can tell that City Lord Yi has a great background. What you said makes sense. I'm dying of envy for the equipment of the Third Army. Unfortunately, I'm a little old, otherwise, I would definitely join the army. That's why we didn't seize the opportunity, but our children can't miss this opportunity. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Then what are we talking about? Let's go and sign up. Don't let the quota be full. Yes, 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 let's go. Yi Hao walked to the second city, and he could hear the discussions of the people everywhere, so he couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. This way, at least he didn't have to worry about the quota of students. Therefore, it was urgent to build up the students now. After all, having 1,000 demon emperor subordinates, Yi Hao was also looking forward to it. Most importantly, there was also a demon emperor level powerhouse. Thinking about the strength that Elder Wen had displayed back then, Yi Hao was envious. And soon, he would have such subordinates, so how could he not look forward to it? And he would have 10,000 refining rooms and 10,000 alchemy furnaces. When the time came to nurture disciples in this area, then his army wouldn't have to worry about elixirs and weapons. Looks like it's time to make a move. Yi Hao glanced at the sky that was almost dark and made a decision in his heart. My lord, it hasn't even been a day, and we've already recruited 30,000 students. Mu Long walked to Yi Hao and said excitedly. He also didn't expect there to be so many people signing up. These were only the people from the second city. The people from the first city had yet to register. At this rate, the recruitment of 100,000 students would be completed in less than 3 days. So many. Even though Yi Hao was mentally prepared, he was still a little surprised when he heard the numbers that Mu Long reported. It could be seen how attractive the academy was to the commoners. My lord, I have already found the construction workers. When will we start? At this time, the White Dragon also walked over and said to Yi Hao. General Mu Long, how are the students gathering? Do we have 10,000 people? The White Dragon asked worriedly. 10,000? Mu Long was stunned when he heard the White Dragon's words. Don't tell me you don't. Then there should be at least 8,000. Seeing Mu Long's appearance, the White Dragon thought that he had not recruited 10,000 people, and his tone was somewhat anxious. After all, this matter was related to Yi Hao's reputation. After all, Yi Hao had said that he wanted to recruit 100,000 students. If he did not manage to recruit 10,000 in the end, it would definitely damage Yi Hao's reputation. This was something that he absolutely didn't want to see. Putting aside the relationship between Bai Yuna and Yi Hao, as Yi Hao's subordinate, he also didn't want to see this happen. Master White Dragon, you didn't misunderstand. We are recruiting nearly 30,000 students today. Mu Long immediately said with a smile when he saw the White Dragon's anxious expression. What? 30,000 students? So many? You must be joking. The White Dragon was shocked when he heard Mu Long's words. These are only the people from the second city. If the people from the first city knew about this, there would probably be more people signing up. You must know that my first army is almost dead busy. Mu Long continued to smile. The White Dragon couldn't help but look at Yi Hao in surprise. It turned out that he had underestimated Yi Hao's influence. It was only the first day and more than 30,000 people had signed up. Wouldn't it be easy for Yi Hao to recruit 100,000 students? Your Majesty, everything is ready. All that's left is the construction of the academy. The White Dragon looked at Yi Hao and said. This is why I asked you to come. I plan to send out the army tonight and destroy these 3 cities. Yi Hao walked to the side of the map and pointed at Black Wind City and the other 2 cities. So fast. But our second army only has 10,000 soldiers, Mu Long said. This was because other than the 1,000 people from the first army, the second army had brought 20,000 soldiers. Only the 10,000 soldiers that Yi Hao had brought with him were at the peak of the Demon Guard and could fight against Black Wind City. And the 10,000 soldiers that the White Dragon had brought with him were at the second or third rank of the Demon Guard. These 10,000 soldiers could still deal with Zhujiang City. But the 10,000 peak Demon Guard soldiers could probably only deal with Black Wind City or Meteor Trail City. After all, whether it was Black Wind City or Meteor Trail City, their strength was not inferior to Sun Yuancheng, so they were even more difficult to deal with. Since Yi Hao wanted to attack, he definitely wanted to take down Black Wind City and Meteor Trail City in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if he only attacked one city, because the 2 cities were too close, the other side might send reinforcements as soon as the war started. And if both sides fought together, it was obvious that Yi Hao's 10,000 peak Demon Guard soldiers were not enough. Mu Long, listen to my order. Yi Hao's expression suddenly tightened as he looked at Mu Long. This general listens to your order. Hearing Yi Hao's serious tone, Mu Long's expression also shook. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and waited for Yi Hao's order. I order you to lead the 300 soldiers of the First Army and the 10,000 low-rank Demon Guard soldiers of the Second Army. Before noon tomorrow, take down Zhujiang City. Can you do it? Hearing Yi Hao's order, Mu Long immediately received the order and said, This general orders that tomorrow at noon, this general will definitely make the city walls of Zhujiang City hang the flag with the word Yi. Because the soldiers that Yi Hao gave him could definitely allow him to sweep through Zhujiang City. Yang Liang, Listen to my order, Yi Hao said again. Hearing Yi Hao's voice, Yang Liang immediately walked in from outside the tent and knelt on one knee. This general is here. Yang Liang, I order you to be the temporary commander of the Second Army. Lead 10,000 Peak Demon Guard soldiers and take down Blackwind City tomorrow. Can you do it? This general obeys. Hearing Yi Hao's order, Yang Liang was expressionless as he accepted the order. In his opinion, the small Blackwind City could be taken down in an instant. White Dragon, listen to my order. Yi Hao once again turned his gaze to the White Dragon. The White Dragon's heart tightened. He thought that Yi Hao wouldn't want him to attack Meteor Trail City, right? That was thinking too highly of him. Before he could speak, Yi Hao said, lead the craftsmen and prepare to build an academy for me tomorrow. Chapter 731. My lord, have you forgotten that there's still Meteor Trail City? White Dragon reminded carefully as he looked at Yi Hao. After all, Yi Hao had sent everyone out to deal with Zhujiang City and Blackwind City, leaving Meteor Trail City behind. If they allowed Starfire City to counterattack, then they would lose everything. Even Mu Long and Yang Liang, who were about to go down, could not help but stop in their tracks and look at Yi Hao. If not for White Dragon's words, they would have almost ignored Meteor Trail City. They also knew that Meteor Trail City could not be underestimated. My lord, why don't I send half of my men to stop Meteor Trail City? I will definitely take down Blackwind City, Yang Liang said. No, that's too risky. Moreover, who said that we don't have any men? We still have the Third Army. Yi Hao naturally knew what the three of them were thinking and immediately said with a smile. The Third Army? The three of them were stunned. But my lord, the Third Army has yet to form a scale and has yet to form a combat power. White Dragon immediately said. That's right, my lord. If we let the Third Army deal with Meteor Trail City, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. Why don't we postpone it for a period of time before attacking them? Mu Long also said with a worried face. Yang Liang did not say anything, but the expression on his face also showed that he did not think highly of the Third Army. Although the soldiers of the Third Army had a higher starting point than the soldiers of the Second Army, it was still a distance away. Their average strength was only around the second or third level of the Demon Guard. Moreover, they had only been recruited for a day or so. The cooperation of the entire army was still equivalent to zero and could not be compared to the Second Army. To put it bluntly, this Third Army was a disorganized army with equipment. If they were to fight against Meteor Trail City, they would all be sending themselves to their deaths. I know that you are worried about the strength of the Third Army, but don't forget how the peak of the 10,000 demon guards of the Second Army came about. Yi Hao said with a smile. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the three of them were shocked and could no longer speak. Only then did they remember that the peak of the 10,000 demon guards of the Second Army were all raised by Yi Hao alone. If Yi Hao could raise the strength of the Second Division, why couldn't he raise the strength of the Third Division? Master, could it be that you still have so many pills? Mu Long asked in surprise. He knew that Yi Hao had used tens of thousands of pills to raise the 10,000 soldiers to the peak of Devil Guard and the 100 soldiers of the First Legion to the peak of Devil General. Mu Long found it very hard to imagine who would carry around so many medicinal pills. Furthermore, it was still so heaven-defying that it could directly increase one's cultivation without any side effects. Mu Long could imagine that if people knew that Yi Hao had so many elixirs on him, some of the experts would probably not be able to resist the urge to snatch them away. After all, Yi Hao's actions were too frightening. That was tens of thousands of pills. Not to mention the pills, Yi Hao had taken out more than 200,000 sets of equipment for the Second and Third Legions. Sometimes, he even wondered if Yi Hao had robbed some country's military warehouse. Oh right, Mu Long, Uncle White Dragon, these pills are for you. Yi Hao suddenly took out more than a dozen pills and handed them to Mu Long and the White Dragon. What are these? Mu Long and the White Dragon took the pills respectively. They were both happy and curious. They were happy because they knew that the things that Yi Hao had given them were definitely good stuff. Devil Lord pills. These are enough for you to break through to the peak of Devil Lord, Yi Hao explained. These pills were the rewards that the system had given him from the 100,000 soldiers of the 2nd Division. Moreover, the rewards this time were much more powerful than the previous ones. The previous rewards were only Devil General level pills. This time, the system was very generous and gave him 1,000 Devil Lord level pills. There were also 10,000 Devil General level pills and 100,000 Devil Guard level pills. What was different from the previous time was that the number of pills this time was 10 times more than the Devil General level pills. There were also 1,000 Devil Lord level pills. Only the number of Devil Guard level pills remained the same. Yi Hao was also very puzzled at the time and asked the system what was going on. It turned out that the rewards from the system were also related to the cultivation level of the soldiers that Yi Hao had recruited. The system tacitly agreed that the higher the cultivation level of the soldiers that Yi Hao recruited, the better the rewards. Yi Hao's eyes couldn't help but burn. According to the system, it seemed that the higher the cultivation level of the soldiers that he recruited in the future, the better the pills might be. This was definitely good news for Yi Hao. After all, when he recruited soldiers in the future, he couldn't always recruit such low-level cultivators. If he recruited cultivators with high cultivation bases and the system rewarded him with low-level pills, Yi Hao would be crying in his heart. Break through to the peak of Devil Lord. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the hands of the two trembled and they almost dropped the pills in their hands. After all, these were pills to break through to the peak of Devil Lord. In the past, Devil Lord was so high that they couldn't reach it. As for the Devil Lord realm, they could only dream of it. Perhaps their greatest wish was to reach the Devil Lord realm. They didn't expect that they would have the strength of a Devil Lord so soon. Moreover, it was the peak of Devil Lord realm. Hurry up and eat. Seeing that the two of them were still in a state of shock, Yi Hao said with a smile. Thank you, Lord. The two of them finally reacted and thanked Yi Hao in unison. Then, the two of them didn't stand on ceremony and directly put the pills into their mouths. Boom. Boom. What shocked the two of them was that the pills didn't need to be digested when they entered their mouths. The two of them had broken through to the next level in an instant. The two of them didn't feel uncomfortable at all. They only felt refreshed and at the same time, their cultivation level became stronger. When the two of them saw this, they immediately put all the remaining pills into their mouths. There weren't any side effects after using so many pills at the same time. And just like the first pill, all the pills were automatically digested in their bodies and turned into their cultivation level. After half a day, the white dragon opened his eyes first with an excited expression. Thank you, Lord. My cultivation level has reached the peak of Devil Lord realm and there aren't any side effects. Haha, Lord, this is simply a divine pill. Thank you, Lord. Feeling that his cultivation level had really reached the peak of Devil Lord realm, Mu Long was also very excited. And he realized that although his cultivation level had increased by a large realm, it was very stable and there weren't any signs of weakness. At first, he was still worried that although his cultivation level had increased to the peak of Devil Lord realm, he couldn't bring out the strength of a peak Devil Lord. But now, his worries were swept away. All right, you can set off now. Seeing that the two of them had broken through to the next level, Yi Hao ordered. Yes. The two of them replied in unison. At this time, they no longer doubted Yi Hao. Chapter 732. After seeing them leave, Yi Hao looked at the sky and walked towards the 3rd Legion. Emergency assembly. Yi Hao said to the soldier in charge of beating the drums. Dong, dong, dong. All of a sudden, urgent war drums sounded, and the tents of the various military camps lit up. Not long after, sporadic soldiers ran over with weapons in their hands. What's going on? Why is there an emergency assembly in the middle of the night? Could there be enemies? Oh my God, I just fell asleep. It's really killing me. Suddenly, the entire barracks was filled with discussions. Due to the fact that these people had not undergone any formal training, the majority of them were still grumbling after being woken up. There were many soldiers running over, but there were even more who were walking over in a hustle and bustle. Even the soldier in charge of beating the drums could not take it anymore. "My lord, this," Yi Hao waved his hand to indicate that it was fine. He stood quietly at the side and watched the scene unfold. It took more than an hour for the entire army to assemble. Yi Hao was very disappointed. If this had been an enemy attack, these people would have died a long time ago. Why is there an emergency assembly in the middle of the night? Can't we sleep? That's right. We still have training tomorrow. Are they going to let me live or not? I'm so tired. As Yi Hao was standing behind the drums, most of the soldiers did not see Yi Hao. Their complaints became louder. Everyone is complaining a lot. Suddenly, he channeled his energy and let his voice spread out. It exploded in the air above the 100,000 soldiers. When they heard Yi Hao's voice, everyone's expression changed. They immediately quieted down and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, my lord. 2 hours. This is an emergency assembly. All of you need 2 hours. If this is an enemy attack, tell me what to do." Yi Hao said coldly. Of course, there are also those who performed well. They arrived here the instant the war drums sounded. I am very satisfied with their performance. Yi Hao's gaze swept over the group of soldiers that had arrived first and praised them without any trace of politeness. When the soldiers heard Yi Hao's praise, they could not help but puff out their chests and look proud. As for the rest, they kept their heads down and knelt on one knee. Since there is such a big difference, of course there will be rewards and punishments. Listen up. Yi Hao suddenly said coldly. The soldiers immediately pricked up their ears. They wanted to hear what Yi Hao's rewards and punishments were. The 10,000 of you, step forward. Yi Hao pointed at the 10,000 soldiers who had arrived first. When they heard Yi Hao's command, they immediately stood up and walked to the front of the army nervously. The rest of the soldiers kneeling on the ground all raised their heads, wanting to see what kind of reward Yi Hao was going to give them. Distribute these elixir pills. Yi Hao ordered the 100 peak demon generals beside him. At the same time, he took out a large number of demon guard upgrade elixirs. Elixir pills? What kind of elixir pills are these? Everyone looked curiously at Yi Hao as he took out tens of thousands of elixir pills. They did not know what these elixir pills were. However, even though they did not know what these elixir pills were, they were enough to make everyone boil over. This was because they all knew how expensive these elixir pills were. In the past, most of the people here had only heard of elixir pills. However, they had never seen elixir pills before. Most of them had never eaten elixir pills before. After all, what Yi Hao had given them previously were merely strengthening elixirs and aptitude elixirs. Those were all liquids and not elixirs. Now that they saw so many elixir pills appear, they were addicted to the sight. All of them were envious and kept swallowing their saliva. Are these elixir pills for me? Are they for real? A level 1 demon guard trembled as he took the 9 elixir pills. His voice was filled with disbelief. Are these really for me? There are so many elixir pills. Oh my God, I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest. The 10,000 soldiers were so excited that they spoke incoherently as they took the elixir pills. Their hands were trembling. Although I don't know what elixir pills these are, it's enviable to give so many at once. If the Lord can take out so many at once, I reckon that these elixir pills can't be too good. Even if they are inferior elixir pills, we have never eaten them before. The 90,000 soldiers who were kneeling on the ground looked at the elixir pills enviously. Their voices were tinged with regret. If they had rushed here earlier, they might have been the ones receiving the elixir pills now. Upon hearing the whispers of the 90,000 soldiers, the demon general who had given out the elixir pills looked amused. You only know how to regret it now. I reckon that your intestines will turn green with regret later. These 100 peak demon generals had all eaten these level-up elixirs before. Naturally, they knew what these elixir pills were. Alright, you can all begin to break through, Yi Hao said as he sat on a chair after seeing that the elixir pills had been distributed. Breakthrough? Could it be that the Lord distributed these elixir pills to assist in cultivation? What? Elixir pills that assist in cultivation are extremely precious. These people have really profited greatly. I reckon that with so many elixir pills, they will at least be able to break through 1 or 2 levels. That's a breakthrough of 1 or 2 levels. It's too enviable. If only these were given to me. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone's attention was focused on the word breakthrough. Everyone was speculating as they looked on enviously. It had to be known that what they yearned for the most was strength. How could they not be envious when they saw other soldiers holding a large number of elixir pills? Furthermore, what made them even more envious was that most of these soldiers' cultivation bases were inferior to theirs. At the same time that they were envious, they felt even more regret. This was because they could imagine that if they had arrived a little earlier, they might have become the ones envied by others. They wouldn't have knelt here and watched others hold a handful of elixir pills. When the 10,000 soldiers heard Yi Hao's words, they all felt their blood boil and their hearts become even more excited. They also didn't expect that Yi Hao would give them so many elixir pills to assist in cultivation. In any case, as long as it was a pill, even if it was the worst one, then according to their cultivation, as long as they weren't pigs, they would definitely be able to break through 1 or 2 levels. In their opinion, breaking through 1 or 2 levels would save them several months of bitter cultivation. Moreover, they could also raise their status in the army. How could they not be excited? Beneath the envious gazes of 90,000 soldiers, the soldiers excitedly and nervously placed a pill in their mouths. This was because most people's cultivation bases were too low and they didn't care about advancing. They were afraid that their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand the medicinal efficacy, so they only dared to place a pill in their mouths. Chapter 733. Boom. Suddenly, the aura of one of the soldiers surged. Everyone could tell that this person had broken through. It seems that this person is on the verge of breaking through. Now that he has taken the pill, he broke through in one go. He is indeed lucky. Someone analyzed when they saw this person break through. I think so too. I don't think it will be so easy to break through later. I wonder how many lucky people will be like him. The 90,000 soldiers were envious of the person who had broken through, but they still discussed stubbornly. They wanted to give themselves a reason to get rid of their regrets. However, before they could continue discussing, a series of auras surged out. Boom, 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 boom. Everyone watched in disbelief as the 10,000 soldiers broke through one after another. This can't be a coincidence, right? The 90,000 soldiers felt that their eyes were about to pop out. It wasn't just the 90,000 soldiers. Even the 10,000 soldiers who had broken through were dumbfounded. I broke through? Didn't I just break through? How did I break through again so quickly? How did I break through so easily? I didn't even have time to refine the pill. What kind of pill is this? It doesn't have any side effects at all. Most of the 10,000 soldiers thought so. Although the breakthrough made them happy, they were all afraid that Yi Hao had given them some kind of pill that could stimulate their potential. After using it, they would be able to increase their strength quickly. However, once the effects of the pill passed, they would suffer a backlash. The consequences of that would be harming the enemy at the expense of their own forces. It would not be worth it. However, when they hurriedly checked their own bodies, they discovered that this power was indeed theirs. This power was actually obtained through a breakthrough. Only then did they feel relieved. When they saw how powerful the pill was, they no longer had any doubts and swallowed the pill. They looked as if they were afraid that someone would snatch it from them. Boom, 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 boom. The aura and power of the breakthrough continued to surge, causing the jaws of the 90,000 soldiers to drop. Oh my God, how many breakthroughs have they had? Everyone has broken through at least 3 times, and they are still breaking through. It's already been 4 times. No, 5 times. This is simply insane. I feel like my heart can't take it anymore. This is too scary. Just what kind of pill is this? How is it possible for me to achieve a breakthrough just by eating one? At this moment, the 90,000 soldiers were staring intently at the 10,000 soldiers who were continuously breaking through. Pinch me, I'm not dreaming, am I? Why wasn't I the one who broke through? I'm regretting it now. Why did I hesitate to wear my equipment? Next time, I'll definitely be the first to finish wearing my equipment. At this moment, an annoyed voice rang out in the sky above the 90,000 people. No way, they're still breaking through. Everyone stared blankly at the 10,000 people who were still breaking through. Their faces were ashen, and the word regret was written all over their faces. As for the 100 peak demon generals, they seemed to have long expected this scene. Each and every one of them had smiles on their faces. Peak of the Infernal Guard, they've all broken through to the peak of the Infernal Guard. I regret it. Why wasn't I the one who broke through? That's the peak of the Devil Guard, a realm that I've always dreamed of. I can't take it anymore. I even have the heart to die. Looking at the 10,000 soldiers who had all reached the peak of the Devil Guard realm, the only word that could be used to describe the emotions of these 90,000 soldiers was regret. At this moment, these 90,000 soldiers were watching the soldiers whose cultivation levels were about the same or even lower than theirs break through to the peak of the Devil Guard realm in the blink of an eye, leaving them far behind. Each and every one of them had the heart to die. After all, based on their cultivation and breakthrough speed, it would take them at least a few years to reach the peak of the Devil Guard realm. Just because they were late by 2 hours, they had to use a few years to make up for it. How could they not regret it? If they could turn back time, they would definitely have arrived before Yi Hao the instant the war drums sounded. I've never heard of any pill that could allow someone to break through so much in one go. What do you mean? Could it be that the Lord gave them an evil pill that stimulated their potential? I didn't say that. Suddenly, this voice rang out from the 90,000 soldiers. Immediately, everyone's faces tightened and they couldn't help but feel suspicious. Indeed, they all knew that pills were powerful. However, no matter how powerful a pill was, it still had to be refined to aid one's cultivation. However, they had seen with their own eyes that these 10,000 soldiers had broken through one by one without refining the pill at all. Furthermore, each and every one of them had broken through to the 6th or 7th level of cultivation. This could only be described as heaven-defying. Apart from the evil pill that stimulated one's potential, they couldn't think of any other pill that could achieve this. The more the crowd thought about it, the more they felt that this was the case. Their gazes towards the 10,000 soldiers changed from envy to pity. But this is absolutely impossible. How could the Lord harm his own subordinates? Everyone knows that this kind of pill can harm the enemy by 1,000 but also oneself by 800. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's absolutely not something that should be used. That's right. If the Lord let them take it, it will only harm them. There's no benefit. I feel that the Lord is definitely not that kind of person. He definitely wouldn't use an evil pill on his subordinates. Just as everyone felt that Yi Hao had taken out an evil pill, many people who believed in Yi Hao spoke up. I heard that there's a time limit to the use of this kind of evil pill. If it's really an evil pill, their cultivation won't last long. I heard that too. Furthermore, they've improved so much. If it's really an evil pill, their cultivation will drop drastically before daybreak. Whether it's an evil pill or not, we'll know at daybreak. Another group of people spoke up. Right now, everyone was still half believing and half doubting. However, the majority of them believed that Yi Hao had given them an evil pill. They couldn't be blamed. After all, they had never seen such a powerful advancement pill before. Only the 10,000 soldiers who had broken through to the peak of the Demon Guard knew that what they had taken was definitely not an evil pill. That was because at this moment, they felt that the power in their bodies completely belonged to them. It wasn't a power that had appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, they felt refreshed and their faces were brimming with smiles. Thank you, Lord. Suddenly, the 10,000 soldiers knelt on the ground and shouted in unison to Yi Hao. All of you, prepare to follow me into battle. Yi Hao waved his long sword. Then, Yi Hao glanced at the remaining 90,000 soldiers. Since I said that there would be rewards and punishments, I've already given out the rewards. As for the punishments, you will kneel here and wait for our triumphant return. Whoever dares to move will be dealt with according to military law. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.